Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days before the Shire was measured and mapped, when the boundaries between the four farthings were not yet fixed and the party tree was but a sapling, there lived in a comfortable hole near what would one day become Hobbiton, a most peculiar family of hobbits. They were the Dreamweavers, and it was said that their lineage stretched back to a time when hobbits first came west over the misty mountains, carrying with them secrets and knowledge from the elder days. The eldest of this family was a hobbit woman named Belladonna Dreamweaver, though she was no relation to the famous Belladonna Took who would come generations later. This Belladonna was known throughout the scattered hobbit settlements for her unusual gift. She could, it was whispered, spin dreams into thread and weave them upon her loom into tapestries of such beauty and strangeness that those who gazed upon them found themselves transported to other places and times. Some said she had learned this art from the elves during their wanderings. Others claimed she had discovered it herself during a long winter, when the snows came early and the world seemed wrapped in endless sleep. Belladonna lived with her 3 children in a hobbit hole that was neither grand nor poor, but perfectly suited to their needs. The eldest child was a son named Peregrine, though everyone called him Perry, who had inherited his mother's dark curly hair and quick fingers. The middle child was a daughter, Marigold, whose golden hair earned her name, and whose laughter could chase away the gloomiest fog. The youngest was a boy of 7 years called Samwise, though he had no connection to the famous Samwise Gamgee who would come much later. This young Sam was a dreamer, always staring at clouds and asking questions about the stars. Their father had died 3 years past, taken by a fever that swept through the settlements one harsh winter. Since then, Belladonna had supported her family through her weaving, creating beautiful tapestries that the wealthier hobbits would purchase to hang in their parlors and dining rooms. But the truly special tapestries, the ones woven from dreams, those she kept hidden away, bringing them out only on certain nights when the moon was full and the stars seemed to whisper secrets to those who would listen. It was on one such night, in the golden days of late summer when the harvest was nearly upon them, that our tale truly begins. The evening had settled warm and gentle over the land, and the family had finished their supper of mushroom pie, fresh bread, and blackberry tart. The dishes had been washed and put away, and the children had gathered around the hearth where their mother sat at her loom, her fingers moving with practiced grace across the threads. Young Sam, who was supposed to be getting ready for bed, lingered in the doorway of his small room, watching his mother work. There was something different about tonight, something in the way the twilight seemed to hesitate before giving way to darkness, as if the world itself was holding its breath. His mother's fingers moved faster than usual, and the thread she worked with seemed to shimmer with colors he had never seen before, hues that existed somewhere between silver and gold, between blue and green, colors that had no proper names in the common tongue. Perry sat in his favorite chair by the window, mending a torn jacket, while Marigold was supposed to be working on her embroidery, but had instead fallen asleep in her chair, her golden head tilted back and her mouth slightly open. The firelight danced across her peaceful face, making her look like one of the elf maidens from the old stories, though no hobbit would ever admit to such a comparison in polite company. As Belladonna's loom clacked and hummed, Sam crept closer, drawn by the strange tapestry taking shape before his eyes. Unlike the cheerful countryside scenes his mother usually wove, or the images of hobbit holes and gardens that wealthy families commissioned, this tapestry showed something else entirely. There was a great tree at its center, but no ordinary tree. Its branches reached both up into a sky full of stars and down into earth that glowed with hidden light. Around the tree's base, small figures danced, and though they were no bigger than Sam's thumbnail in the weaving, he could somehow see their faces clearly, could see the joy and sorrow and wonder written there. His mother did not turn from her work, but she spoke softly, her voice blending with the rhythm of the loom. "It is a dream tapestry, my little one. I am weaving the dream that came to me last night. A dream sent from the old places, from a time before time when the world was young and full of magic that has since faded into memory." Sam moved closer still, until he stood right beside his mother's chair, his small hand reaching out to touch the edge of the tapestry. The threads felt warm beneath his fingers, and for just a moment, he could have sworn he heard music, faint and distant, like bells ringing in a far-off valley, or water laughing over smooth stones. "What does it mean, Mother?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "The tree and the dancing folk, what story does it tell?" Belladonna's hands paused in their work, and she looked down at her youngest child with eyes that held depths of knowledge and sadness that seemed strange in one who lived in a simple hobbit hole and sold tapestries at the market. "Every dream tapestry tells many stories," she said gently. "To one who looks, it might show the past. To another, a possible future. To yet another, it might reveal a truth about themselves they had never known. But this one, this particular weaving, tells of the Dream Tree, which stands at the center of all sleeping minds, where the dreams of every living creature flow like sap through its branches." Perry had stopped his mending and was now listening intently, though he tried to appear uninterested in such fanciful talk. He was nearly grown, after all, and would soon be taking on more responsibilities in the community. But even he could not resist the pull of his mother's stories, especially when she spoke in that particular tone, the one that suggested she was sharing secrets that few others knew. "The Dream Tree is real, then?" Perry asked, trying to sound skeptical but not quite succeeding. "Not just a story you've made up to amuse the little one." His mother's smile was mysterious as she resumed her weaving. "Is a dream real, Perry? When you wake in the morning, remembering a dream so vivid you can still taste the food you ate in it, still feel the grass beneath your feet, still hear the voices of those you met there, is that dream any less real for happening in sleep rather than waking? The Dream Tree is as real as any dream, which means it is both more and less real than this chair you sit upon or the floor beneath your feet." Sam yawned despite his fascination, the warmth of the fire and the lateness of the hour finally catching up with him. His mother noticed and set down her shuttle. "To bed with you now, little one. Tomorrow the dream will still be here, and tomorrow night I will tell you more about the Dream Tree and those who tend it. But for now, you need your sleep, for dreams only come to those who close their eyes and surrender to the darkness." Reluctantly, Sam allowed his mother to lead him to his small room, where she tucked him into his bed and kissed his forehead. As she turned to leave, Sam called out to her once more. "Mother, if I dream tonight, will I see the Dream Tree?" Belladonna paused in the doorway, backlit by the fire from the main room. "Perhaps," she said softly. "Or perhaps the Dream Tree will see you. Sleep well, my darling boy. And remember, not all who wander are lost, and not all dreams are merely dreams." With that, she left him in darkness, and within minutes, Sam had drifted off to sleep, his mind already beginning to weave its own tapestry of dreams. Sam found himself standing in a place that was neither day nor night, but something in between. The sky above held both stars and a sun that gave off a gentle silver light, rather than the golden warmth he was accustomed to. The grass beneath his bare feet was softer than any grass he had ever felt, each blade seeming to hum with its own quiet song. Before him stretched a path made of stones that gleamed like polished river rocks, each one carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change when he tried to look at them directly. He knew, in the way one knows things in dreams, that he was no longer in his bed in the little hobbit hole near what would become Hobbiton, yet he did not feel afraid. Instead, a sense of rightness settled over him, as if he had been waiting his whole short life to walk this path and had finally found his way to it. He took a step forward, then another, and with each footfall the symbols on the stones glowed briefly beneath his feet, leaving traces of soft light that faded slowly behind him. The path led through a meadow filled with flowers that Sam had never seen before. Some were tall as himself, with petals that opened and closed like sleepy eyes. Others were tiny as pinheads, clustered together in patterns that formed pictures when viewed from above. He saw a flower portrait of a great bear standing on its hind legs, another of a dragon in flight, and yet another of a hobbit hole with smoke curling from its chimney. Each picture was alive, moving and changing, telling silent stories to those patient enough to watch. As he walked, Sam began to notice other travelers on the path. A great brown hare bounded past him, moving so swiftly it was little more than a blur. Yet Sam could see that its eyes were old and wise, holding knowledge of secret places and hidden ways. A fox trotted alongside him for a while, its russet coat gleaming in the strange silver light, before it turned aside and vanished into a copse of trees that had not been there a moment before. High above, birds he could not name wheeled and called, their songs forming melodies that seemed to have meaning just beyond his understanding. The path began to climb, rising gently at first and then more steeply, until Sam found himself ascending a hill that grew taller with each step he took. Yet he did not tire, and his breath came as easily as if he were sitting in his mother's kitchen, eating seed cake and drinking milk. At last he reached the summit, and there before him stood the tree from his mother's tapestry, though no weaving could have captured its true magnificence. The dream tree rose impossibly tall, its trunk broader than 20 hobbit holes set side by side. Its bark was silver grey, and seemed to flow like water frozen in mid-motion, creating whirls and patterns that told stories of their own. The branches spread both up into the star-filled sky and down into the earth below, just as the tapestry had shown, and upon every branch and twig hung countless threads of light. These threads, Sam realized, were dreams. Each one glowed with its own particular color and hummed its own quiet note, and together they created a symphony so beautiful it made his heart ache with joy he could not name. Around the base of the tree, small folk danced in circles, just as they had in the weaving. But now Sam could see them clearly, and his breath caught in wonder. They were not hobbits, though they were of a similar size. Their features were more delicate, their movements more graceful, and they wore garments that seemed woven from moonlight and spider silk. Their eyes were large and luminous, holding depths of ancient wisdom, and when they sang, the very air seemed to shimmer with the power of their voices. One of these folk broke away from the circle and approached Sam with a smile that held both welcome and gentle amusement. She was no taller than himself, with hair the color of starlight and eyes like deep forest pools. Her dress shifted colors as she moved, now green as spring leaves, now blue as summer sky, now gold as autumn harvest. She extended a small hand to Sam, and her voice when she spoke was like wind chimes singing in a soft breeze. "Welcome, young dreamer," she said. "We have been expecting you, though you may not have been expecting us. I am Silverdawn, and I am one of the guardians of the Dream Tree. Your mother sent word that you would be coming, though she may not know it in her waking mind. The Dreamweavers always send word, whether they mean to or not, for their craft touches the branches of the great tree, and we who tend it feel every touch." Sam found his voice, though it sounded strange to his own ears, lighter and somehow more musical than usual. "My mother said the Dream Tree stands at the center of all sleeping minds. Is that true? Is this place part of everyone's dreams?" Silverdawn laughed, a sound like water bubbling over stones. "The tree stands at the center, yes, but few dreamers find their way here. Most wander the outer branches, living out their dreams among the leaves and never glimpsing the trunk or roots. You are here because you carry the dreamer's gift, the same gift your mother possesses, though it manifests differently in each generation. She weaves dreams into waking things. You, I think, will do something different, though what that is remains to be seen." She led him closer to the tree, and as they approached, Sam could see that each glowing thread was attached to a branch, and each thread extended out into the darkness beyond the tree's silver light, connecting to some distant sleeper. The threads pulsed gently, carrying dreams down from the tree to the dreamers, and bringing new dreams back up to hang upon the branches. It was a never-ending exchange, a conversation between the tree and every sleeping creature in the world. "The threads you see," Silverdawn explained, "connect the tree to every mind that sleeps and dreams. The spider that spins its web in your mother's garden, the horse in the field beyond your home, the eagle soaring high above the mountains, the fish swimming in deep rivers. All creatures that dream are connected here. And through these connections, sometimes dreams can pass from one sleeper to another, carrying messages and visions across great distances." Sam reached out to touch one of the threads, unable to resist its gentle glow. The moment his finger made contact, he gasped. He could feel the dream flowing through the thread, could sense the sleeper at its far end. It was a child, younger than himself, dreaming of flying over green fields with birds calling all around. The joy of that flight filled Sam for a moment, and he laughed aloud, sharing in the child's delight. But then his hand brushed against another thread, and this one carried a darker dream. He felt fear and confusion, tasted ash on his tongue, saw shadows creeping across a once bright land. He jerked his hand back, his eyes wide, and Silverdawn nodded solemnly. "Not all dreams are pleasant," she said quietly. "Fear and sorrow dream as surely as joy and wonder. The tree holds all dreams, dark and light, sweet and bitter. To be a guardian here is to witness every kind of dream and to help maintain the balance between them. For you see, young Sam, dreams are not mere phantoms that vanish with waking. They shape the waking world in ways few understand. A dream of courage may give a warrior strength in battle. A dream of love may mend a broken heart. A dream of darkness may warn of danger yet to come." Sam looked up at the vast expanse of the tree, at the millions upon millions of glowing threads stretching out into infinity, and he felt suddenly very small. "How can anyone maintain balance among so many dreams?" he asked. "How do you keep the dark dreams from overwhelming the light?" Silverdawn smiled and gestured to the other folk who danced around the tree's base. "We are many, and we have been here since the first creature closed its eyes and dreamed. We tend the tree as your mother tends her garden, pruning here, nurturing there, watching for signs of blight or disease. And sometimes, when the balance tips too far toward darkness, we send messages to the waking world through the dreams of those who can hear us. Dreamweavers like your mother, seers and wise folk, artists and poets, all those whose minds are open to the tree's whispers." She led Sam around the tree's massive trunk, and as they walked, he noticed that the bark was not smooth, but covered with countless tiny carvings. Each carving was no bigger than his fingernail, yet when he looked closely, he could see that they were scenes of incredible detail. Here was a battle between great armies. There, a wedding celebration. Beyond that, a ship sailing unknown seas. Every event that had ever been dreamed was recorded here, carved into the living bark of the tree by hands too small and swift for mortal eyes to see. "Do you carve all of these?" Sam asked in wonder, running his fingers lightly over the intricate scenes. "Every dream that is dreamed." Silverdawn shook her head, her starlight hair catching the silver glow of the tree. "The tree carves itself, recording the most significant dreams, the ones that carry the most power or meaning. A first love remembered, a great fear overcome, a moment of pure joy or devastating loss. These are the dreams the tree keeps forever, adding them to its own memory. The bark of the dream tree is the history of all sleeping minds, written in a language only the tree itself fully understands." As they continued their walk, Sam noticed that some sections of the bark looked different from others. While most of the trunk glowed with healthy silver-grey light, there were patches where the bark appeared darker, almost blackened, as if touched by flame or shadow. These dark patches troubled him, and he pointed them out to his guide. "What are those marks?" he asked. "They look like sickness or wounds." Silverdawn's expression grew grave, and she laid her hand gently on one of the dark patches. "These are the scars of nightmare," she said softly. "When darkness grows too strong in the waking world, when fear and cruelty and hatred spread unchecked, it affects the dreams of all who sleep. These dark dreams gather and concentrate, and if left untended, they can damage the tree itself. We work constantly to heal these wounds, to bring light back to the darkened places, but it is difficult work, and lately it has grown more difficult still." She turned to face Sam directly, her luminous eyes holding his gaze with gentle intensity. "This is why your mother sent you here, though she may not know it consciously. The balance is shifting, young Sam. Somewhere in the waking world, something is stirring that sends ripples of darkness through the dream realm. We need those with the dreamer's gift to help us understand what is happening, to carry messages between the sleeping and waking worlds. Your mother cannot come here herself anymore. Her gift has taken a different path, but you are young enough, and your power is still forming. You can walk between the worlds in ways she no longer can." Sam felt a flutter of fear in his chest, though whether it came from him or from the dreams flowing through the nearby threads, he could not say. "But I am just a child," he protested. "What could I possibly do to help? I know nothing of magic or healing or fighting darkness." The guardian smiled and placed her small hand over Sam's heart. Magic is not about knowing, little one. It is about feeling, about listening, about being willing to see what others cannot or will not see. You have the dreamer's gift, which means you have the ability to perceive truth beneath surface appearances, to find meaning in symbols and signs, to walk paths that others cannot find. These are powerful abilities, more powerful than sword or spell in their own way. She gestured for him to follow her again, and they approached one of the great roots that descended into the earth below. Unlike the branches above, which reached toward light and air and the vast expanse of sky, these roots plunge down into darkness, into soil and stone and the deep places of the world. Yet even in their descent, they glowed with the same silver light as the trunk and branches, illuminating the depths they touched. "Come," Silverdawn said, beginning to descend along one of the massive roots. "There is something you must see, something that will help you understand the nature of the darkness that troubles us." Sam hesitated only a moment before following. The root was wide enough to walk upon comfortably, its surface textured like a well-worn path. As they descended, the silver light of the tree above grew dimmer, though the root itself continued to glow, providing enough illumination to see by. The air grew cooler and carried the scent of deep earth, rich and loamy, mixed with something else, something Sam could not quite identify, but that made him uneasy. They passed through layers of soil where other roots crisscrossed their path, forming a vast underground network that seemed to extend forever in all directions. In the spaces between roots, Sam glimpsed chambers and caverns, some small as a hobbit hole's larder, others large as the great assembly halls he had heard tales of, but never seen. In these spaces, shadow shapes moved and whispered, and Sam realized with a start that these were the homes of dream creatures, beings who existed only in the sleeping world, but were no less real for all that. A great moth, with wings like stained glass, fluttered past them, its passage stirring the air into gentle breezes that carried distant laughter. A creature that looked like a cat but walked on two legs and wore a tiny waistcoat nodded politely to them as it passed, carrying a lantern that burned with purple flame. A figure made entirely of autumn leaves rustled by, humming a tune that Sam almost recognized, but could not quite place. The underground realm of the Dream Tree was populated with wonders beyond counting, and Sam felt he could spend a lifetime exploring and never see all its marvels. But Silverdawn did not pause to let him gawk at the strange inhabitants of this realm. She pressed onward, descending deeper and deeper, until they came at last to a place where the route they followed joined with countless others, forming a great nexus point deep beneath the earth. Here, the silver light of the roots fought against a creeping darkness that seemed to seep up from even deeper places, a darkness that was not merely the absence of light, but something more active and malevolent. At the center of this confluence of roots, Sam saw what had brought them to this deep place. A section of the roots had turned black as coal, and from the blackened area, a thick, oily substance oozed like sap from a wounded tree. The substance gave off a faint smell of corruption and decay, and where it touched the healthy roots nearby, they too began to darken and wither. Around this infected area, several of the small folk worked frantically, using tools Sam could not quite see clearly to scrape away the blackened bark and apply some kind of luminous paste that glowed with pure white light. "This is what troubles us," Silverdawn said quietly, her voice heavy with concern. 3 days ago, this corruption appeared, spreading from the deepest roots upward. We have contained it for now, but it resists our healing arts in ways we have never encountered before. The darkness is not coming from the dream realm itself, but from something in the waking world that has found a way to poison dreams at their source. Sam approached cautiously, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and dread. Up close, he could see that the oily substance seemed almost alive, pulsing with a slow, sickly rhythm. When he looked at it too long, his vision began to blur, and he felt a creeping coldness in his chest, as if the corruption could affect him merely by being observed. "What is it?" he whispered, unable to take his eyes from the spreading darkness. What could cause such a thing? Silverdawn shook her head, her expression troubled. "We do not know for certain, but we have our suspicions. In the waking world, there are places and things of great power, some good and some evil. When such a thing of evil is awakened or disturbed, it sends shockwaves through both the waking and sleeping worlds. We believe that somewhere in your land, something ancient and malevolent has been unearthed or awakened. Something that feeds on fear and spreads nightmare like a plague. She turned to face Sam fully, her hands resting on his small shoulders. "This is why you were called here tonight, Sam Dreamweaver. We need you to return to the waking world and help us discover the source of this corruption. Your mother's dreamweaving can create a bridge between the worlds, and through that bridge, we can send aid and guidance. But first, we must know where to direct our efforts. We must find what spreads this poison before it consumes the dream tree entirely, and cuts all sleeping creatures off from the healing power of dreams." Sam felt the weight of her words settle upon him like a heavy cloak. The enormity of what she asked seemed impossible for a child of 7 years, yet at the same time, something within him recognized the truth of her request. He had always known, in that deep place where dreams and knowing intertwined, that he was meant for something more than the ordinary life of a hobbit child. His mother had hinted at it in her stories, in the way she looked at him sometimes with eyes that saw beyond the present moment, into possibilities yet unformed. "But how am I to find the source?" he asked, his voice small but steady. "The world is vast, and I am but one small hobbit who has never travelled beyond the nearby settlements. How would I even know where to begin looking?" Silverdawn smiled, though her eyes remained serious. "You will not search alone, young one. We will give you gifts to aid your quest, and we will send signs and messengers to guide you when you need them most. And remember, the corruption in the dream tree has its mirror in the waking world. Where nightmares cluster most thickly, where folk wake gasping and afraid night after night, there you will find the trail that leads to the source." She reached into the folds of her shifting dress and withdrew a small object that glowed with soft silver light. It was an acorn, but unlike any acorn Sam had ever seen, it seemed to be carved from moonstone, or perhaps solidified starlight, and within its translucent depths, tiny images moved and swirled like smoke in a bottle. She pressed it into Sam's palm, and the moment it touched his skin, he felt a warmth spread through his hand and up his arm, settling somewhere near his heart. "This is a dream seed," Silverdawn explained. "It was grown from the dream tree itself, and it carries within it the essence of true dreaming. Keep it with you always, and it will help you recognize the signs we send. When you sleep, it will guide you back here if you need our counsel. And if you are ever in great danger or confusion, hold it tight and think of the tree, and we will do what we can to aid you, though our power in the waking world is limited." Sam closed his fingers around the acorn, feeling its gentle pulse against his palm. "Thank you," he whispered. "I will guard it well and do my best to help you, though I am afraid I will fail." "Fear is natural," the guardian said gently, placing her hand over his closed fist. "Even we who have tended the tree since the first dreams were dreamed know fear when darkness threatens. But fear need not stop you from acting. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. And you, Sam Dreamweaver, have more courage in your small frame than you yet know." She led him back up along the route, ascending from the deep places toward the silver light of the tree above. As they climbed, Sam noticed that the dream threads hanging from the branches seemed more active now, pulsing with greater intensity, as if the sleeping world sensed the danger that threatened their source of dreams. Some of the threads had begun to darken at their edges, showing the first signs of corruption spreading outward from the tree's roots toward the dreams of individual sleepers. When they emerged once more at the base of the great trunk, Sam saw that the other guardians had gathered, their circle of dancers now standing still and watching him with expressions of hope mixed with concern. They were so small and delicate, these ancient folk who tended the dreams of all creatures, yet there was a strength in them that reminded Sam of old oak trees weathering storms, bending but never breaking. One of the guardians stepped forward, an elderly male with a beard like spun silver and eyes that held the depth of countless ages. He carried a wooden staff no taller than himself, carved with the same flowing patterns that covered the dream tree's bark. When he spoke, his voice was like wind moving through pine branches, soft but carrying great distance. "Young dreamer," he said, bowing slightly to Sam, "I am Rootkeeper, eldest of the guardians save for the tree itself. I would give you a warning before you return to waking. The corruption that spreads through the tree has a will behind it, an intelligence that guides its growth. This is not merely darkness, but directed malevolence. Whatever you seek in the waking world, know that it will not wish to be found, and it may send obstacles and dangers against those who seek it. He tapped his staff against the ground, and from where it struck, a small plant began to grow, pushing up through the silver grass at incredible speed. In moments it had grown to the height of Sam's knee, and upon its single stem bloomed a flower unlike any the young hobbit had seen before. Its petals were deep purple, almost black, but shot through with veins of silver light that pulsed in rhythm with the dream threads above. "This is shadow bloom," Rootkeeper explained. "It grows only in places where the boundary between dreaming and waking grows thin, where the corruption seeks to cross over. If you find this flower growing in your waking world, you will know you are near the source. But be cautious, for shadow bloom is attracted to the dreamer's gift, and if you spend too long near it, it will attempt to trap you in a waking nightmare from which escape is difficult." Sam studied the flower carefully, memorizing every detail of its unusual appearance. The way the petals seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the silver veins that looked almost like tiny lightning bolts frozen in place, the stem that was neither fully plant nor fully shadow. He would know it if he saw it, of that he was certain. Another guardian approached, this one a female with hair the colour of copper autumn leaves, and a dress that seemed woven from morning mist. She carried a small leather pouch that clinked softly when she moved. She knelt before Sam so that their eyes were level, and opened the pouch to reveal its contents. Inside were 7 smooth stones, each no bigger than a pea, each glowing with a different colour of light. "These are dream stones," she said, her voice like a babbling brook. They were formed in the deepest roots of the tree, where dreams press so close together they crystallize into solid form. Each stone holds a different gift. The red will grant you courage when fear threatens to overwhelm. The blue will bring clarity when confusion clouds your mind. The green will help you find what is hidden. The yellow will protect you from false visions and lies. The orange will give you words when you need to convince others of what you have seen. The purple will strengthen your connection to the dream realm. And the white will call us if you have desperate need. She poured the stones into Sam's other hand, and he felt each one vibrate with its own particular energy. They were warm and smooth, like stones taken from a sunny riverbank, but lighter than any stones he had held before. He tucked them carefully into the pocket of his nightshirt, feeling their gentle weight settle against his side. "Use them wisely," the copper-haired guardian continued. "Each stone can be used only once before it returns to the tree to be reformed. Choose carefully when and how you employ their gifts, for you may not have a second chance if you waste them on lesser needs." Sam nodded solemnly, understanding the responsibility being placed upon him. These were not toys or trinkets, but tools of great power, and their use required wisdom beyond his years. Yet looking into the faces of the guardians, he saw that they trusted him with these gifts, believed he could rise to meet the challenge despite his youth and inexperience. Silverdawn stepped forward once more, and the other guardians parted to let her through. "It is nearly time for you to wake," she said softly. "The sun will soon rise in your world, and your mother will come to check on you. But before you go, remember this. The dreamer's gift runs strong in your family line, stronger than your mother perhaps realizes. You are not the first Dreamweaver to walk between worlds, and the knowledge you need may already exist within your own family's history. Seek out what your mother knows, even what she has forgotten or thinks merely legend. Truth often hides in old tales, waiting for those with eyes to see it." She placed her small hand on Sam's forehead, and he felt a tingling warmth spread from that point of contact through his entire body. The world around him began to fade, the silver light of the dream tree growing dimmer, the faces of the guardians becoming translucent as mist. Silverdawn's voice seemed to come from very far away as she spoke her final words to him. "Remember, young Sam, you walk now between the sleeping and waking worlds. What you learned here is true, and what you carry with you is real. Trust in the dreamer's gift, and let it guide you to what must be found." The last thing Sam saw before the dream realm vanished entirely was the great trunk of the dream tree, and upon its bark he noticed a new carving had appeared. It showed a small hobbit child standing before the tree with guardians gathered around him, and though the carving was tiny, he could see every detail of his own face looking back at him from the living wood. Sam woke to find pale morning light filtering through the small window of his room. He lay still for a moment, his mind struggling to separate dream from waking. wondering if the entire experience had been nothing more than a particularly vivid night vision brought on by too much blackberry tart before bed. But then his hand moved to his nightshirt pocket, and he felt the smooth weight of the dreamstones there, heard their gentle clinking as they shifted against each other. His other hand was clenched tight around something, and when he opened his fingers, there lay the dream seed acorn, glowing faintly in the morning light. It was real, he whispered to the empty room. It was all real. He sat up quickly, clutching his treasures, and looked around his familiar bedroom as if seeing it for the first time. Everything appeared exactly as it always had. His small bed with its patchwork quilt, his wooden chest containing his few clothes and possessions, the hooks on the wall where his jacket and cap hung, the braided rug on the floor that his mother had made when he was a baby. Yet something had changed, not in the room, but in Sam himself. He saw the world differently now, noticed the way shadows gathered in corners with more attention, observed how the morning light seemed to carry whispers of the night's dreams within its golden beams. From the main room of their hobbit hole, he heard the sounds of his mother moving about, preparing breakfast. The familiar clatter of dishes and the smell of frying bacon created a comforting normalcy that contrasted sharply with the weight of the quest he now carried. How could he explain to his mother what he had experienced? How could he tell her that the dream tree was real, that it was in danger, and that he had been tasked with helping to save it? Sam dressed quickly, tucking the dream seed carefully into his trouser pocket, where it would remain safe and hidden. The dreamstones he wrapped in a handkerchief and placed in his other pocket, where their faint clinking would be muffled. He splashed cold water on his face from the basin in his room, took a deep breath to steady himself, and emerged into the main living area. His mother stood at the stove, her back to him as she tended to the bacon and eggs. The morning light streaming through the windows caught in her dark hair, and Sam noticed for the first time how tired she looked, how her shoulders seemed to carry an invisible weight. Marigold was already at the table, yawning over a mug of milk, her golden hair still tousled from sleep. Perry had apparently risen early and gone out, for his place at the table was empty, and his outdoor boots were missing from their usual spot by the door. "Good morning, my little one," Belladonna said without turning around, that mysterious knowing that all mothers possess telling her Sam had entered the room. "Did you sleep well? Any interesting dreams?" Sam hesitated, unsure how to answer. The memory of the dream tree and the guardians was so vivid, so present in his mind, that simply saying yes seemed like a lie. Yet how could he begin to explain what he had experienced? He settled for a middle path, one that might open the door to deeper conversation. "I dreamed of the tree from your tapestry," he said carefully, watching his mother's back for any reaction. "The one you were weaving last night. I saw it growing in a strange place, with small folk dancing around its roots and threads of light hanging from every branch." His mother's hands stilled for just a moment over the pan, so briefly that Sam might have missed it if he had not been watching so intently. Then she resumed her cooking, but when she spoke, her voice carried a note of something deeper than casual interest. "Did you now? And what did these small folk say to you in your dream?" Sam pulled out a chair and sat at the table next to Marigold, who was now fully awake and listening with curiosity. "They said the tree was in danger," he replied, deciding that truth, even partial truth, was the best path forward. "They said something was poisoning it from the roots, spreading darkness through the dreams of all who sleep, and they asked me to help find the source of the corruption in the waking world." Belladonna turned from the stove, the spatula still in her hand, and looked at her son with eyes that suddenly seemed to see far more than a simple hobbit mother should. She crossed the room and sat down at the table, setting the spatula aside and taking both of Sam's hands in her own. Her fingers were warm from the cooking, but they trembled slightly as they held his. "Sam," she said quietly, her voice steady despite the trembling of her hands, "I need you to tell me everything about this dream. Every detail you can remember, no matter how small or strange it seems. Can you do that for me?" Over the next hour, as the breakfast grew cold on the stove and Marigold listened with wide eyes, Sam recounted his entire dream journey. He told of walking the strange path to the hill, of meeting Silverdawn and the other guardians, of descending into the roots to see the corruption spreading through the tree. He described the gifts he had been given, and though he did not reveal that he had brought them back with him, he explained their nature and purpose. He spoke of Shadow Bloom and the warning about directed malevolence behind the corruption. When he finished, his mother sat in silence for a long moment, her eyes distant, as if looking at something far away or long ago. Finally, she released his hands and stood, moving to a large wooden chest that sat in the corner of the room. Sam had seen this chest his entire life, but had never known what it contained. His mother had always said it held old things, family heirlooms of no great value but too precious to discard. Now she opened it with a key she wore on a chain around her neck, and from within its depths she drew out several items. The first was a book, its leather cover worn smooth by age and use, its pages yellowed but still intact. The second was a small wooden box, carved with intricate patterns that reminded Sam strongly of the symbols he had seen on the stones of the dream path. The third was a piece of cloth, which when unfolded revealed itself to be an ancient tapestry, much older than any of the ones his mother wove for sale. The tapestry showed the dream tree, but this version had been woven by hands long turned to dust. Unlike the fresh, vibrant tapestry his mother had been working on the night before, this one had faded with age, its colours muted, some of its threads beginning to fray. Yet, even in its diminished state, Sam could see the power woven into it, could feel the connection between this artifact and the tree he had visited in his dreams. "This tapestry," Belladonna said softly, her fingers tracing its ancient patterns, "belonged to my grandmother's grandmother, passed down through our family for more generations than we can count. It is said that the first of our line to receive the dreamer's gift created it after visiting the tree herself, and that every Dreamweaver since has added to it in some way, strengthening the connection between our family and the Guardians." She opened the wooden box next, and inside Sam saw more dreamstones, though these were darker and duller than the ones he carried in his pocket, their light long since faded. There were also dried flowers pressed flat, seeds of unknown plants, and small carved figures that might have been representations of the Guardians, or might have been something else entirely. "Our family has served as bridge-walkers for longer than the Shire has existed," his mother continued, her voice taking on the cadence of old stories told by firelight. "Before hobbits settled these lands, before the boundaries of the Four Farthings were drawn, our ancestors walked between dreaming and waking, carrying messages from the Guardians to those who needed their wisdom. But the gift has grown weaker with each passing generation, or perhaps the need for it has seemed less urgent as the world became more solid and ordinary." She picked up the ancient book and opened it carefully, its spine cracking softly with age. The pages were filled with writing in a script that Sam recognized as the same hand lettering his mother used. Yet these words had been written long ago by someone else, perhaps many someones. Interspersed with the text were drawings and diagrams, maps of places both real and imagined, sketches of plants and creatures and symbols whose meanings were not immediately clear. "This is the Dreamweaver's journal," Belladonna explained, turning the fragile pages with gentle reverence. "Every member of our family who has received the gift strongly enough to walk between worlds has added to it, recording their experiences, their encounters with the Guardians, and most importantly, their warnings about times when the Dream Tree has been threatened before." Sam leaned forward eagerly, his eyes scanning the strange mixture of text and image on the pages. "Has this happened before then? The corruption in the roots?" His mother nodded slowly, her finger tracing down one particular passage. "3 times in recorded history, the journal speaks of darkness threatening the tree. The first was in the days before memory, when the world was younger and darker powers walked openly upon the earth. That corruption was defeated, though at great cost, and the journal does not say exactly how it was done. The second time was during a great war in the Elder Days, when the dreams of warriors and victims alike filled the tree with such concentrated horror that it began to wither. That time, the Guardians themselves descended into the waking world and worked a great magic to cleanse the poisoned dreams." "And the third time?" Sam asked, his heart beating faster. "The third time," Belladonna said quietly, "was 150 years ago, in your great-great-grandfather's time. He was called Samwise as well, and he was the last of our family to walk between worlds with any great skill. According to his entry in the journal, a thing of evil had been brought into these lands by travelers from the south, an artifact of shadow that fed on sleeping minds and turned dreams into doorways for nightmares to enter the waking world." Marigold, who had been listening in fascinated silence, finally spoke up. "What happened to great-great-grandfather Samwise? Did he stop the evil thing?" Their mother's expression grew sad, and she turned to a page near the middle of the journal, where the handwriting changed abruptly from neat, careful script to hasty, almost desperate scrawling. He found the artifact, hidden in a cave in the hills to the north of here, in the old country that is now called the North Farthing. But the darkness had grown strong by then, and though he managed to destroy the evil thing, the effort cost him dearly. He returned home changed, aged beyond his years, and lived only a few months more before the weariness of his spirit overcame him. Sam felt a chill run through him, despite the warmth of the morning sun streaming through the windows. The Guardians had spoken of danger, but hearing of an ancestor who had paid with his life for opposing such darkness made the reality of his quest suddenly much more concrete and frightening. As if reading his thoughts, Belladonna closed the journal and took Sam's face in her hands, looking directly into his eyes with an intensity that reminded him strongly of how Silverdawn had looked at him in the dream realm. "You are young, my son, too young to bear such a burden. But the dreamer's gift chooses its own time to awaken, and it has chosen you in this generation. I cannot walk between worlds anymore. My gift took a different path, manifesting in the weaving rather than the walking. Perry shows no signs of the gift at all. And Marigold, well, her path is not yet clear." She released his face, but continued to hold his gaze. "I will not lie to you and say there is no danger in what the Guardians have asked of you, but I will also tell you this. You do not face it alone. The journal contains knowledge gathered over countless generations, and I will help you study it, learn from it, prepare as best we can. And there are others in these lands who remember the old ways, who might aid you if approached correctly." "Who?" Sam asked immediately. "Who else knows of these things?" His mother stood and moved to the window, looking out over the rolling green hills that surrounded their home. "There is an old hobbit who lives alone in the Far Downs, in a hole so ancient it is said to have been built before hobbits came to these lands. His name is Gorbodoc Hornblower, though most call him Old Gorb or the Watcher in the Downs. He is strange and keeps to himself, but it is said he knows things, sees things that others cannot see. If anyone outside our family might have knowledge of dark artifacts or places where shadow gathers, it would be him." Before Sam could respond, the round green door of their hobbit hole swung open, and Perry entered, bringing with him the fresh morning air and the scent of grass still wet with dew. He was breathing hard, his face flushed with exertion and excitement, and in his hands he carried several plants with roots still clinging to them. "Mother," he called out, stopping short when he saw the family gathered around the table with the ancient artifacts spread before them. "Mother, you must come see. There are strange flowers growing near the old oak grove. Flowers I have never seen before in all my wanderings. They are beautiful, but unsettling, with petals so dark they are almost black. Yet they have silver veins running through them that seem to glow in the shadows." The blood drained from Sam's face as his brother's words registered. He knew with absolute certainty what Perry had found. Shadow bloom. The very flower Rootkeeper had warned him about, the sign that marked places where the corruption was trying to cross from the dream realm into waking. And it was growing near the old oak grove, less than an hour's walk from their home. His mother had gone very still, her eyes fixed on the plants in Perry's hands. "Let me see those," she said quietly, her voice tightly controlled. Perry crossed to the table and laid the plants down carefully, clearly puzzled by the strange atmosphere he had walked into. He had dug them up carefully, roots and all, thinking his mother might be able to identify them, or perhaps use them in her dyes for the wool she sometimes spun to weave into her tapestries. But as the plants lay there on the old wooden table, their dark petals seemed to absorb the morning light, and the silver veins pulsed with a rhythm that matched the pulse of the dream seed in Sam's pocket. Belladonna did not touch the flowers, but leaned close to examine them, her face growing more grave with each passing moment. "Where exactly did you find these, Perry? Be specific. Near the old oak grove is not enough. I need to know the precise location." Perry looked between his mother and siblings, sensing that something significant was happening, but not understanding what. "There is a hollow between 3 of the oldest oaks," he said slowly. "A place where the ground dips down and catches rainwater, making a small pool. These were growing all around that pool, perhaps 24 plants in all. I only took 3 to show you, but there are many more." Sam stood up from his chair so quickly it nearly toppled over. "We have to go there," he said urgently. "We have to go now and see how far the corruption has spread." If there are 24 plants, that means the boundary is very thin there. The darkness might already be crossing over. His mother held up a hand to forestall him. Not so fast, young one. If what I suspect is true, then approaching that place without preparation could be dangerous, especially for one with the dreamer's gift. These flowers, if they are what I think they are, will be drawn to you like moths to flame. They will attempt to trap you in a waking nightmare, to feed on your gift, and use it as a bridge to bring more corruption through. She turned to the chest again and began pulling out more items. A bundle of dried herbs tied with silver thread, a small vial containing liquid that glowed faintly blue, a knife with symbols etched into its blade, and a cloak woven from material that seemed to shimmer between visibility and invisibility, depending on how the light struck it. These protections were prepared by your great-great-grandfather Samwise before his final journey, she said, laying them out on the table beside the shadow bloom. They have waited in this chest for 150 years, waiting for the day when they would be needed again. I had hoped that day would never come, that the corruption had been permanently defeated, and our family could live in peace without the burden of bridge walking. But it seems the darkness is persistent, and its roots go deeper than any of us suspected. Perry, who had been watching all of this with growing confusion and alarm, finally found his voice. What is going on? What are these flowers? And why is everyone acting as if I have brought some terrible evil into our home? Marigold reached out and took her older brother's hand, her young face serious beyond her years. Perry, she said gently, Sam had a dream last night, a true dream, and Mother has been telling us about our family's secret history. We are Dreamweavers, and we have a duty to protect something called the Dream Tree. Those flowers you found are a sign that an ancient evil is awakening, and Sam has been called to help stop it. Perry looked at his younger siblings, then at his mother, his expression cycling through disbelief, confusion, and finally a kind of resigned acceptance. His family had always been a bit strange, known for their odd gifts and peculiar ways. Perhaps it should not surprise him that there were deeper secrets he had never been told about. Belladonna began gathering up the protective items, wrapping them carefully in a piece of soft cloth. Sam, you will need to study the journal this morning, read the accounts of previous corruptions, and learn what you can. This afternoon, when the sun is high and its light strongest, we will go together to the oak grove and assess the situation. Perry will guide us, and Marigold will stay here to keep the home fires burning. The hearth must not be allowed to go cold while we venture into places touched by shadow. She paused and looked at each of her children in turn, her eyes shining with a mixture of pride and fear. I never thought I would have to pass these burdens on to my children, Belladonna said softly. I hoped our peaceful days would last forever, that the old darkness would remain sleeping, and the Dreamweaver line could simply fade into legend. But hope alone is not enough to hold back shadow, and it seems our family's purpose is not yet finished. Sam spent the rest of the morning hunched over the ancient journal at the kitchen table, his finger tracing the faded words while his mother worked nearby, occasionally looking over his shoulder to explain a particularly obscure passage or clarify symbols whose meanings had been lost to time. Perry had gone back outside, ostensibly to tend to his normal chores, but really, Sam suspected, to process the strange revelations about their family. Marigold busied herself with cleaning and preparing food for their afternoon journey, but her eyes kept drifting to her younger brother, watching him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. The journal was written in several different hands, each generation adding its own observations and experiences. Sam found he could almost hear the voices of his ancestors speaking through the words, their personalities coming alive on the yellowed pages. Some wrote in careful, scholarly prose, documenting their encounters with the Dream Tree and the Guardians with clinical precision. Others wrote in poetry or song, their words flowing with emotion and imagery that made Sam's heart ache with beauty and sorrow. And some, like his great-great-grandfather Samwise, wrote in spare, urgent sentences, as if time was running out and every word needed to count. It was his ancestors' entries that Sam focused on most intently, for these pages dealt with the corruption that most closely resembled what he now faced. Great-great-grandfather Samwise had first noticed the signs when nightmares began spreading through the scattered hobbit settlements like a contagion. Families who had slept peacefully for generations suddenly found themselves waking night after night in terror, their dreams filled with shadows that pursued them through twisted landscapes of fear and despair. The dreams were not random. The elder Samwise had written in his precise, careful hand. They followed a pattern, spreading outward from a central point like ripples on a pond. Those closest to the source suffered the worst, experiencing visions so terrible that some refused to sleep at all, staying awake for days until exhaustion overcame them and they collapsed into fitful, tortured rest. I knew then that something in the waking world was poisoning the dream realm, and that if left unchecked, it would eventually consume the dream tree itself. Sam read on, learning how his ancestor had spent weeks tracing the pattern of nightmares, mapping their spread, and narrowing down the possible locations of the source. The elder Samwise had possessed a methodical mind, approaching the problem as a puzzle to be solved through careful observation and logical deduction. He had interviewed those who suffered the worst dreams, noting details about what they saw and felt, looking for common elements that might point toward the nature of the corruption. What he discovered was this: all the most terrible dreams contained a common image, a symbol that appeared in different guises but was fundamentally the same. A circle of standing stones, ancient and weathered, surrounding a dark pool that reflected no light. Sometimes the stones appeared as they truly were. Sometimes they were disguised as trees or pillars or watching figures, but the pool was always there, black and still and infinitely deep, radiating a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the absence of life itself. Armed with this knowledge, great-great-grandfather Samwise had set out to find the actual stones, for he knew that dreams were often reflections of waking reality, especially when something of power was involved. His search led him north into the wild country beyond the settled lands, following old paths and half-remembered legends, until he came at last to a hidden valley where 9 stones stood in a perfect circle around a spring-fed pool. But the pool his ancestor found was no longer clear and pure. Something had fouled it, poisoning the water and turning it black as pitch. And at the bottom of that corrupted pool lay an object that should never have been brought to those lands, an artifact forged in ancient wars by servants of darkness for the express purpose of spreading despair and breaking the spirits of those who opposed them. Great-great-grandfather Samwise did not describe the artifact in detail, but he called it the Heart of Nightmares, and he wrote that merely standing near the pool and looking upon the thing had nearly cost him his sanity. The corruption spreads through water, Sam read, his voice barely a whisper as he spoke the words aloud. The artifact was placed in a spring that feeds many streams and rivers, and through these waterways, its poison reaches into the dreams of all who drink from them or live near them. The shadow bloom grows wherever the corrupted water touches the earth, marking the paths of contamination. His mother, who had been listening while kneading dough for fresh bread, nodded grimly. That is why the flowers appeared near the oak grove. There is a stream that runs through that hollow, fed by springs in the hills. If corruption has entered the water again, it would flow there first before spreading further. But how did great-great-grandfather stop it? Sam asked, turning the pages carefully to find the continuation of the account. How did he destroy the Heart of Nightmares? Belladonna's hands stilled in their work, and she looked away toward the window. He did not destroy it, Sam. That is why the corruption has returned. He only contained it, sealed it away with what magic and knowledge he possessed. But seals can weaken over time, especially if someone or something works to break them. Your ancestor knew this. He wrote in his final entry that the containment would last perhaps a century or two, no more, and that eventually another of the Dreamweaver line would need to finish what he had started. Sam felt a weight settle over him, heavier than any physical burden. His ancestor had known, had understood that the task would fall to someone else in the future, and had done what he could to prepare the way. The protective items in the chest, the detailed journal entries, even the ancient tapestry that strengthened the connection to the Dream Tree, all of these were gifts passed down through time from one Dreamweaver to another. He turned to the final pages written by great-great-grandfather Samwise, and found a message that seemed to speak directly to him across the gulf of years. To the one who reads this, and finds the burden falling upon their shoulders, know that I am sorry. Sorry that I could not finish the work. Sorry that you must now face what I faced. Sorry that our family's gift brings such responsibility along with its wonders. But know also this: you are not alone. The Guardians watch over all Bridgewalkers, and the strength of all who came before you flows in your blood. Trust in the Dreamer's gift. Trust in the love of family. And most of all, Trust that even the deepest darkness can be overcome by one small light that refuses to be extinguished. Sam closed the journal gently, his eyes burning with tears he refused to let fall. Around him, the familiar comfort of their hobbit hole seemed somehow both more precious and more fragile than before. This home, this life of simple pleasures and ordinary days, was built upon foundations maintained by those who walked between worlds, who faced darkness so that others could sleep peacefully. And now it was his turn to stand watch. Marigold approached quietly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You are very brave, little brother," she said softly. "I do not understand all of this talk of dreams and corruption and ancient artifacts, but I understand that you are afraid and doing this anyway. That is what true courage looks like." Sam looked up at his sister and managed a small smile. "I do not feel brave. I feel like a child playing at being a hero from old stories." His mother had finished with her bread dough and was now washing her hands in the basin. "The greatest heroes often feel that way," she said, without turning around. "It is those who feel no fear, who think themselves invincible, that usually fail when the real testing comes. Your fear keeps you careful, keeps you thinking, and that may be what saves you in the end." She dried her hands and turned to face him, her expression serious but not unkind. "The sun is near its height. It is time we made ready to visit the oak grove. Perry has agreed to show us the way, and I have prepared what protections I can. But Sam, you must understand something before we go. We are only going to observe today, to see how far the corruption has spread and to locate the source if we can. We are not going to confront it. Not yet. That would be foolish and dangerous without more preparation." Sam nodded, though part of him wanted to rush forward immediately, to face the darkness and have done with it. But he understood his mother's wisdom. Great-great-grandfather Samwise had spent weeks preparing before confronting the Heart of Nightmares, and even then he had only managed to contain it rather than destroy it. Rushing in unprepared would likely result in failure or worse. His mother gathered up the protective items she had laid out earlier, handing some to Sam and keeping others herself. The bundle of herbs she tied to his belt, explaining that they would ward off the worst effects of Shadowbloom's influence. The cloak that shimmered between seen and unseen she draped over his shoulders, and it settled around him like morning mist, light as air but somehow making him feel safer, more protected. The small vial of glowing blue liquid she tucked into a pocket of the cloak, telling him it was distilled starlight captured on the night of a new moon, and that a single drop on his tongue would clear his mind if confusion or false visions threatened to overcome him. The knife she kept for herself, though Sam noticed she handled it with great care, as if it might cut more than just physical things. "This blade can sever connections between worlds," she explained, seeing his curious look. "If the corruption has created a strong bridge between dreaming and waking at the Oak Grove, this knife can cut that bridge, at least temporarily. But using it requires knowledge I am still learning. Knowledge your great-great-grandfather recorded but did not fully explain." Perry returned as they were making their final preparations, his face set in determined lines. "I still do not understand all of this," he admitted, "but you are my family, and I will help however I can. The Oak Grove is not far, but the way becomes strange as you approach it. The path seems to twist on itself, and time feels different there, as if you are walking through fog even when the day is clear. That is the corruption affecting the boundary," Belladonna said with a nod. "Where the waking world grows weak and the dream realm presses close, reality itself becomes uncertain. We must stay close together and not allow ourselves to be separated, no matter what we see or hear. And Sam, you especially must remember that not everything you perceive will be real. Your dreamer's gift makes you sensitive to the thinning boundary, which means you will see and feel things the rest of us cannot. Trust your family's presence beside you as your anchor to the waking world." They set out shortly before noon, when the sun stood high and bright overhead, its golden light streaming down through a cloudless sky. It was the sort of day that normally would have filled Sam with joy, perfect for rambling through the countryside or lying on his back in the grass watching clouds drift by. But today, the sunshine seemed somehow insufficient, as if it could not quite penetrate to the depths where shadows gathered and waited. Perry led the way along a well-worn path that wound through meadows filled with wildflowers and past small copses of birch and elm. For the first part of their journey, everything seemed perfectly normal. Birds sang in the branches, Insects hummed among the flowers, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of growing things. Belladonna walked close beside Sam, one hand resting lightly on his shoulder. While Marigold had insisted on coming despite earlier plans for her to stay home, unable to bear the thought of being left behind while her family faced unknown dangers. But as they drew nearer to the oak grove, subtle changes began to manifest in the landscape around them. The birdsong grew fainter, as if the creatures of the air were drawing away from something that unsettled them. The colors of the flowers seemed to lose some of their vibrancy, their petals appearing washed out as if viewed through murky water, and the shadows cast by trees and hills grew longer and darker than they should have been at midday, reaching out like fingers across the path. Sam felt the changes more acutely than the others. The dream seed in his pocket had grown warm, almost hot, and it pulsed with increasing urgency the closer they came to the grove. The dreamstones, too, seemed restless, shifting against each other with soft clicking sounds that only he could hear, and his perception of the world around him began to blur at the edges, as if he was seeing two places overlaid upon each other, the solid waking world and something else, something stranger and more fluid. "There," Perry said, pointing ahead to where a cluster of ancient oaks stood atop a gentle rise. "The grove. You can see from here how the trees seem different from all the others around them." He was right. Even from a distance, the oak grove appeared wrong in ways Sam's mind struggled to define. The trees were old, perhaps the oldest in all this region, their trunks thick and gnarled with centuries of growth, but they stood too still, their branches not swaying in the breeze that moved all the other trees nearby. And the space beneath their canopy was dark, far darker than the shade of normal trees should create, as if night had somehow been trapped there and could not escape even when day reigned everywhere else. As they approached the base of the rise, Sam felt a sudden dizziness wash over him. The path before them seemed to ripple and shift, stretching away into the distance while simultaneously drawing closer. He stumbled, and his mother's hand tightened on his shoulder, steadying him. "The boundary is very thin here," she murmured, concern evident in her voice. "Sam, can you continue, or do we need to turn back?" He shook his head, fighting down the wave of nausea that accompanied the spatial distortion. "I can go on. The Guardian said I would need to face this, and running away now will not make it any easier later." They began to climb the rise, and with each step, the strangeness intensified. Sam could hear whispers now, soft voices speaking in languages he did not know but somehow understood. They were dream voices, fragments of sleepers' minds drifting through the weakened boundary between worlds. Some spoke of ordinary concerns, worried about crops or children or the changing weather. Others muttered darker things, fears and anxieties given voice in the vulnerable state of sleep. Marigold had grown very quiet, her face pale but determined. She stayed close to Perry, who walked with one hand on the small knife he carried for cutting plants and trimming branches, as if cold iron might offer some protection against what they faced. Belladonna's expression had become distant and focused, her dreamer's gift, though different from Sam's, still allowing her to sense the wrongness that permeated this place. They reached the top of the rise and stood at the edge of the oak grove. The darkness beneath the trees was complete, a solid wall of shadow that seemed to repel the sunlight rather than merely blocking it. And all around the grove's perimeter, shadow bloom grew in profusion, hundreds of the dark flowers with their pulsing silver veins, creating a border between the healthy land beyond and the corrupted space within. "It has spread," Perry said quietly. "This morning there were only a few dozen plants in the hollow. Now they ring the entire grove. How is that possible in just a few hours?" "The corruption is accelerating," Belladonna answered, her voice tight with worry. "Something has changed. Some seal has finally broken completely, and now the darkness pours through unrestricted. We may have even less time than I feared." Sam felt drawn toward the shadow bloom, could feel them calling to him with silent voices that promised understanding, promised knowledge, promised power. The dream seed in his pocket burned hot against his leg, and he realized it was trying to warn him, trying to remind him of Rootkeeper's caution about spending too long near these flowers. He forced himself to look away, focusing, instead, on the space between the trees where the true heart of the corruption surely waited. "Can we enter the grove?" he asked his mother. "Can we see what lies in the hollow beyond?" Belladonna hesitated, clearly torn between the need to understand the threat they faced and the desire to keep her children safe. Before she could answer, a sound emerged from the darkness beneath the oaks. It was not a natural sound, not wind or animal, or the creaking of old wood. It was a voice, human-shaped but not quite human, speaking words in the common tongue but with an accent that suggested it belonged to a speaker long dead. Dreamweaver, the voice called. Neither loud nor soft, but somehow carrying perfect clarity. Dreamweaver's child, you have come at last. We have been waiting, watching through the thinning veil. Come into the grove. Come and see what waits at the boundary between sleeping and waking. Come and learn the truth your ancestor tried to hide. Sam felt a compulsion wash over him, a pull toward the darkness that was almost physical in its intensity. The voice promised answers, promised that if he just stepped across the threshold of Shadow Bloom and entered the grove, all his questions would be resolved. He took a step forward before his mother's hand clamped down on his shoulder hard enough to hurt. No, she said firmly. That is not a guardian's voice. That is the corruption itself, speaking with borrowed tongue, using words as bait to lure you in. Remember your great-great-grandfather's warning. The heart of nightmares seeks to spread itself, to find new vessels through which it can extend its influence. A dreamweaver, especially one as young and untrained as you, would be the perfect host. The voice from the darkness changed tone, becoming petulant and angry. You know nothing, woman. Your gift has atrophied, turned inward to meaningless weaving when it should have been used to bridge worlds. But the boy still has the true power. He could walk between sleeping and waking as easily as stepping from one room to another, if only you would stop filling his head with fear and caution. Perry had drawn his knife and stood between Sam and the grove, though what good a simple blade would do against shadow and voice, he could not say. Whatever you are, he called out, his voice only slightly trembling, you are not welcome here. These are peaceful lands, and we will not let you corrupt them further. Laughter rolled out from beneath the oaks, cold and mirthless. Peaceful lands, it mocked. Do you truly believe that? This land has been soaked in blood and tears, has witnessed wars and betrayals and sorrows beyond counting. All of that pain, all of that darkness, it seeps down into the earth and eventually finds its way into the waters that flow beneath. The heart knows this truth. The heart remembers what your kind have forgotten. And soon, very soon, all who sleep will remember too, will dream the true history of these lands, and their peace will be shattered forever. Belladonna had pulled Sam back several steps from the grove's edge, though he struggled against her grip, torn between the voice's compulsion and his own fear. She reached into her pocket and withdrew the knife her great-grandfather had carried, the blade that could cut connections between worlds. She did not enter the grove, but she raised the knife and spoke words in a language Sam did not recognize, old words that seemed to make the very air shiver. The shadow beneath the oaks drew back slightly, and the voice, when it came again, held a note of respect beneath its malice. Ah, so the woman knows some of the old arts after all. Very well, Dreamweaver, you have bought yourself time, a few days perhaps, no more. But the seals are breaking one by one, and when the last falls, the heart will emerge into full waking, and then no knife in Middle-earth will be able to cut the bridge between dreams and reality. The boundary will collapse, and sleeping and waking will merge into a nightmare from which there is no awakening. The presence withdrew deeper into the grove, and the oppressive weight that had been pressing down on them eased slightly. But the shadow bloom remained, and Sam could see that even in the few minutes they had stood there, more flowers had sprouted, the corruption spreading outward from the grove in an ever-widening circle. We need to leave, Belladonna said urgently. We need to get Sam away from here before the corruption tries to claim him again. But we have learnt enough. The source is in that hollow, in the pool where Perry found the first flowers. That is where the heart of nightmares rests, and that is what we must find a way to destroy. As they retreated down the rise, moving as quickly as they dared without actually running, Sam looked back over his shoulder. For just a moment, through a gap in the shadow, he glimpsed something at the center of the grove. It was a pool, just as his ancestor had described, black as midnight and perfectly still. And at the bottom of that pool, visible despite the water's darkness, lay an object that hurt to look at directly. It appeared to be a stone, roughly heart-shaped, but its surface writhed with symbols that moved and shifted, never settling into any fixed pattern. They did not speak as they hurried back along the path, each lost in their own thoughts about what they had witnessed. The journey seemed shorter returning than it had going, as if the corruption's influence over space and time weakened with distance from the grove. By the time their hobbit hole came into view, the world had returned to something resembling normality, though Sam knew he would never again look at the peaceful landscape quite the same way. Inside, Belladonna immediately set about brewing tea, her hands moving with the practiced motions of one seeking comfort in familiar tasks. She added herbs to the pot, not just for flavor, but for their calming properties, for all of them were shaken by the encounter with the voice in the darkness. Perry sat heavily at the table, his face troubled, while Marigold busied herself lighting candles even though the afternoon sun still provided ample light. Somehow the extra illumination made the shadows in the corners seem less threatening. Sam stood by the window, his hand in his pocket clutching the dream seed, which had finally cooled to a comfortable warmth now that they were safely away from the grove. His mind kept returning to the glimpse he had caught of the Heart of Nightmares, that writhing, impossible stone at the bottom of the black pool. How could something so relatively small create such widespread corruption? And more importantly, how could he possibly hope to destroy what his ancestor had only managed to contain? His mother brought him a cup of tea, pressing it into his hands with gentle insistence. "Drink," she said softly. "It will help settle your mind and protect against any lingering influence from the shadow bloom. You stood very close to those flowers for longer than is safe for one with the dreamer's gift." Sam sipped the tea obediently, feeling its warmth spread through him, chasing away a chill he had not consciously noticed until it began to fade. As the herbs did their work, his thoughts became clearer, less clouded by the compulsion he had felt near the grove. "We need help," he said at last, his voice quiet but certain. "I cannot do this alone, and even with the family's knowledge and protections, I do not think we have what is needed to destroy the heart. Mother, you mentioned Old Gorb, the Watcher in the Downs. Can we go to him? Can we seek his counsel?" Belladonna exchanged a long look with Perry, some silent communication passing between them. Finally, she nodded slowly. "Gorbodoc Hornblower is our best hope. Yes. If anyone outside our family line remembers the old ways and might have knowledge of how to combat such darkness, it would be him. But Sam, you must understand, Old Gorb is strange even by the standards of strange hobbits. He lives alone by choice, speaks in riddles more often than plain speech, and sees things that are not there, or perhaps things that are there but invisible to ordinary eyes. Approaching him requires patience and respect, and even then, he may refuse to help." "Then we should go tomorrow, at first light," Sam said with a determination that surprised even himself. "Every hour we delay, the corruption spreads further. You saw how the shadow bloom had multiplied in just a few hours. At that rate, within days, it will have spread beyond the oak grove to the surrounding farms and settlements. And once it reaches the streams that flow into the main rivers, the corruption could spread throughout all the lands where hobbits dwell." "You are right," Belladonna agreed, though her expression remained troubled. "We will go tomorrow, but tonight you must rest and prepare yourself. The journey to the far downs is not a short one, and Old Gorb's dwelling is in a remote area where few paths led. We will need to leave before dawn and travel quickly." That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and gold that seemed mockingly cheerful given the darkness they faced, Sam sat once more with the ancient journal, reading by candlelight the passages his ancestor had written about the final confrontation with the Heart of Nightmares. Great-great-grandfather Samwise had approached the task with methodical care, gathering what knowledge he could about the nature of the artifact and the magic required to contain it. The heart was forged in the elder days by servants of the first Dark Lord, his ancestor had written. Its purpose was not merely to spread nightmares, but to feed upon the fear and despair those nightmares generated, growing stronger with each mind it touched. Left unchecked, it could theoretically consume all dreams everywhere, turning the sleep of every living creature into a channel for pure darkness. The only reason it has not done so already is that it requires a host to achieve its full power, a conscious mind through which it can direct its influence with purpose and intelligence. Sam felt a chill as he read those words, understanding now why the voice in the grove had been so eager to lure him into the darkness. A Dreamweaver, with the ability to walk between sleeping and waking, would be the perfect host for such an artifact. Through Sam's gift, the heart could bridge the worlds completely, could make nightmares manifest in waking reality, could turn all of existence into an endless cycle of fear and shadow. He turned the page and found his ancestors' description of the containment ritual. It had required 3 elements: a binding circle drawn with salt, mixed with powdered silver, words of sealing spoken in the language of the elves, and, most crucially, a willing sacrifice of the caster's own life force to power the seal. Great-great-grandfather Samwise had known, going into that final confrontation, that he would not emerge unchanged, that the price of containing the heart would be measured in years stripped from his life. But containment is not destruction, the entry continued. I have merely built a prison, and all prisons can eventually be broken. I do not have the knowledge or power to unmake what was made by greater powers in darker times. That task must fall to another, someone with more skill or perhaps access to resources I do not possess. To whoever reads this in the future, know that the true answer lies not in opposing the heart directly, but in understanding its nature and using that understanding against it. Darkness feeds on fear, yes, but what does fear flee from? What can diminish shadow to nothingness? Find the answer to that riddle, and you will find the key to destroying what I could only contain. Sam closed the journal and sat in thought as the candle burned low beside him. What does fear flee from? What diminishes shadow? The answers seemed obvious in one sense. Fear fled from courage, from love, from hope. Shadow diminished before light. But how could such abstract concepts be wielded against a physical artifact of ancient evil? His ancestors' riddles seemed designed to point towards some deeper truth, some principle of magic that Sam did not yet understand. His mother found him still sitting there an hour later. The candle burned down to a stub and the room nearly dark. She laid a hand on his shoulder, making him start. You should sleep, Sam. Tomorrow will be a long day, and you will need your strength for the journey to Old Gorb's dwelling. I do not think I can sleep, he admitted. Every time I close my eyes, I feel the pull of the grove, hear that voice calling me. And I am afraid that if I do sleep, if I return to the Dream Tree, I will find it more corrupted than before. Will see the darkness spreading through its roots like poison through veins. Belladonna knelt beside his chair so that their eyes were level. The fear is understandable, she said gently, but you cannot fight what you must face if you're exhausted and running on courage alone. Sleep is not your enemy, Sam. It is your gift's natural home, the place where your power is strongest, and the Guardians will watch over you. They have not abandoned you just because danger presses close. She reached out and touched the dream seed in his pocket, which had begun to glow softly in the darkness. You carry their blessing with you, their trust and their hope. Use it. Let it guide you to peaceful dreams tonight, to rest and renewal. Tomorrow, you will need every bit of strength you possess, both waking and dreaming. Reluctantly, Sam allowed his mother to lead him to his small bedroom. She tucked him in as she had when he was much younger, smoothing the quilt and brushing the hair back from his forehead. Then she sang softly, an old lullaby that had been passed down through their family for generations. Sam had always loved this song, though he had never known all its words, or understood that it was more than just a simple melody to help children sleep. Now, hearing it with his newly awakened understanding, he recognized it for what it was: a Dreamweaver's song, a bridge between worlds, a pathway to the Dream Tree that was also a protection against corruption. The melody wrapped around him like a warm cloak, and despite his fears, he felt his eyes growing heavy. As consciousness faded and sleep claimed him, Sam felt himself rising, floating, drifting along the silver path that led to the great tree. But this time, the journey was different. The path was guarded, lined on both sides with small lights that he recognized as the Guardians, standing watch to ensure no corruption followed him from the waking world into the dream realm. He arrived at the base of the Dream Tree to find Silverdawn waiting for him, her expression grave but not without hope. "Welcome back, young Dreamweaver," she said, taking his hand. "We have felt the corruption's growth in the waking world, have seen through our connections to sleeping minds how the shadow bloom spreads. But we have also felt your courage, your determination to face what must be faced. Come, there is something you must see, something that may help you understand your ancestors' riddle." She led him not up into the branches, or down into the roots, but around to the far side of the trunk, to a place Sam had not visited in his first journey to the tree. Here, the bark was different, covered not with carvings of dreams but with something else entirely. The surface seemed to glow from within, pulsing with a gentle light that reminded Sam of the first rays of dawn breaking over distant hills. "This is the heart of the Dream Tree," Silverdawn explained softly. "The place where all dreams begin before they flow outward to sleeping minds. It is pure potential, pure possibility, neither light nor dark, but containing the possibility of both. And it is here that you will find the answer to how darkness can be unmade." She placed Sam's hand against the glowing bark, and in that moment, understanding flooded through him. He saw how dreams worked, how they were not separate from reality but woven into its very fabric, how every waking moment was shaped by the dreams that came before it, and how those waking moments in turn shaped the dreams that would follow. It was a cycle, endless and eternal, and within that cycle lay both great danger and great opportunity. "The heart of nightmares was created to corrupt this cycle," Silverdawn continued, "to turn all dreams toward darkness, and thus poison all waking reality. But cycles can be broken and reformed. If you can introduce a new dream into the cycle, one so powerful and pure that it overpowers the corruption, you can cleanse the heart from within, turning its own nature against itself. But such a dream requires something the darkness can never possess or understand. It requires love freely given, sacrifice willingly made, and hope that persists even in the deepest shadow." Sam woke the next morning with Silverdawn's words echoing in his mind, and a clarity of purpose he had not felt before. He understood now what his ancestors' riddle had meant, understood the difference between containment and true destruction. The journey to Old Gorb would still be necessary, for the old hobbit would have practical knowledge about approaching the heart safely, but Sam now knew what the final answer must be. They set out before dawn, just as Belladonna had planned, taking the northern path that wound through increasingly wild country toward the far downs. Perry had insisted on coming despite his mother's protests, unwilling to let Sam face danger without family beside him. Marigold remained at home this time, charged with tending the hearth and keeping watch over the shadow bloom's spread, with instructions to send word to neighbouring farms if the corruption grew worse. The journey took most of the day, following paths that grew fainter and less travelled with each passing mile. By late afternoon, they reached a region of rolling hills and ancient standing stones, a landscape that predated Hobbit settlement and still held memories of older powers. Here, in a hollow between three hills, they found the dwelling of Gorbodoc Hornblower. It was not a typical Hobbit hole, but something stranger, built partially into the hillside and partially above it, with walls of fitted stone and a roof of living turf from which wildflowers grew in profusion. Smoke rose from a chimney carved from a single piece of rock, and around the dwelling, Sam saw plants he recognized from the Dream Tree's garden, flowers that existed in both sleeping and waking worlds. Old Gorb himself emerged before they could knock, as if he had been expecting them. He was ancient beyond measure, his face wrinkled as dried fruit, his beard white as winter snow, but his eyes were sharp and clear, holding depths of knowledge that made Sam think of the Guardians themselves. He looked at each of them in turn, his gaze lingering longest on Sam, and when he spoke, his voice was surprisingly strong. "So, the Dreamweaver's child has come at last," he said, gesturing for them to enter. "I have felt the corruption growing, have seen it in the dreams of birds and beasts, in the troubled sleep of the land itself. Come in, come in. We have much to discuss and little time for discussion." Inside, his dwelling was filled with books and scrolls, dried herbs hanging from the rafters, and objects whose purpose Sam could not immediately discern. Old Gorb sat them down and listened without interruption, as Belladonna explained what had happened, what they had discovered, and what they feared. When she finished, he nodded slowly, as if confirming something he had already suspected. "The heart of nightmares," he said, pulling down an ancient tome from a high shelf. "I knew of it, though I had hoped never to see its influence return to these lands. Your ancestor did well to contain it as long as he did, but containment was never going to be enough. Such artifacts cannot simply be locked away. They must be unmade, returned to the nothingness from which they were forged." He opened the book to a page marked with a pressed, shadow-bloom flower, long dead, but still retaining its dark beauty. "There is a way," he continued, "but it requires understanding what the heart truly is. It was forged from concentrated fear and despair, given form through dark magic. To destroy it, you must introduce its opposite, not as an external force trying to break it down, but as an internal transformation. You must dream it back to nothing. Sam leaned forward eagerly. The Guardians told me something similar. They said I needed to introduce a new dream into the cycle, one powerful enough to overwrite the corruption. But how do I do that? How do I get close enough to the heart to affect it without being consumed by it? Old Gorb smiled, revealing teeth that were surprisingly intact for one of his great age. That is where the dreamer's gift becomes crucial. You can walk between worlds, young Sam. You can approach the heart in the dream realm, where it is vulnerable in ways it is not in waking. But you must carry with you a dream so pure, so strong, that it can overwhelm centuries of accumulated darkness. What kind of dream has that much power? Belladonna asked. Though, by her expression, Sam suspected she already knew the answer. The same dream that has saved the world countless times throughout the ages, Old Gorb replied. The dream of home, of family, of simple goodness persisting despite all darkness. The dream of a hobbit hole with a warm fire, of laughter shared over meals, of gardens tended and children raised in peace. Such dreams seem small against ancient evil, but they are the foundation upon which all resistance to darkness rests. He turned to Sam directly, his ancient eyes holding the boy's gaze with gentle intensity. Tonight, you must sleep here, in a place where the boundaries are thin but protected. You must journey to the Dream Tree, and from there descend to where the heart's corruption spreads through the roots. And you must take with you the strongest dream you can imagine, the purest vision of what you fight to protect. Wrap that dream around the heart like a blanket smothering flame, and do not let go no matter how the darkness fights back. Sam felt fear rise in his chest, but beneath the fear was something stronger. He thought of his family's hobbit hole, of his mother weaving at her loom, of Marigold's laughter and Perry's steady presence. He thought of all the peaceful homes throughout the Shire, all the ordinary folk who slept each night, trusting that morning would come and the world would still be there. This was what he fought for. This was the dream he would carry. That night, as the moon rose over the far downs, Sam lay down to sleep in Old Gorb's dwelling, surrounded by protections woven from ancient knowledge and pure intention. His mother held his hand until his eyes closed, and Perry stood watch by the door, and Old Gorb sat nearby, chanting softly in a language that predated the common tongue. Sam felt himself rise from his body and travel the silver path to the Dream Tree. But this time, he did not stop at the trunk. Guided by Silverdawn and carrying with him the dream of home like a light in his hands, he descended into the roots, following the corruption down to its source. He passed through layers of earth and dream, through spaces where reality had no certain shape, until he came at last to the place where the heart of nightmares rested. It was terrible to behold, pulsing with malevolent energy, surrounded by writhing shadows that reached out hungrily toward his light. The voice he had heard in the grove spoke again, promising power, offering knowledge, threatening destruction if he came closer. But Sam did not listen to the words. Instead, he focused on the dream he carried, the vision of home and family and peace. He stepped forward into the darkness, and the shadows swarmed over him, trying to extinguish his light, trying to fill his mind with fear and despair. He felt their cold touch, felt his courage wavering, felt the weight of centuries of accumulated nightmare pressing down upon him. But he held fast to his dream, held fast to the image of his mother's smile, and Marigold's laughter, and Perry's strength. The dreamstones in his pocket activated one by one without him consciously calling on them. Red for courage, blue for clarity, green for finding what was hidden, yellow for protection from lies, orange for the words to speak truth, purple for strengthening his connection to the dream realm, and finally white to call the Guardians themselves. Their combined power flowed through him, amplifying the dream he carried until it blazed like the sun. He reached the heart and wrapped his dream around it, and in that moment he understood. The heart was not truly evil in itself. It was a vessel that had been filled with darkness, shaped by ancient malice into something terrible. But vessels could be emptied and refilled. Cycles could be broken and reformed. He poured his dream into the heart, flooding it with light and warmth and love, and he felt the darkness begin to dissolve. The heart fought back with everything it possessed, but love given freely is stronger than hatred, and hope that persists cannot be quenched by despair. Slowly, Inexorably, Sam's dream overwrote the nightmares, transforming corruption into wholeness, shadow into light. The writhing symbols on the heart's surface stilled and changed, becoming patterns of beauty rather than malevolence. The black pool around it began to clear, and he could see through to clean water beneath. With a final pulse of silver light, the heart of nightmares ceased to exist. In its place lay a simple stone, heart-shaped still, but now glowing with gentle warmth. It was no longer a conduit for darkness, but a seed of dreams, capable of spreading hope instead of fear. Sam woke to find dawn breaking over the far downs, and his family gathered around him with expressions of wonder and relief. Old Gorb nodded with satisfaction, and even as they watched, the pressed shadow bloom flower in his ancient book began to transform, its dark petals lightening to pale silver. They returned home to find that the shadow bloom around the oak grove had vanished overnight, replaced by ordinary flowers that swayed in the morning breeze. The streams ran clear and pure, and throughout all the lands where hobbits dwelt, folk woke from peaceful sleep to days filled with renewed hope. Sam lived a long and happy life, and though he sometimes walked between worlds to visit the Guardians, he spent most of his days in simple contentment, helping his mother with her weaving and tending the gardens around their hobbit hole. The Dream Tree flourished, its corruption cleansed, and the cycle of sleeping and waking remained balanced and whole. And so this tale has been passed down through generations, a reminder that even the smallest person can change the course of the world, and that the humblest dreams, if held with pure heart, can overcome the greatest darkness. The Dreamweaver line continues to this day, watching over the boundaries between worlds, ensuring that all who sleep may do so in peace, and that morning always comes after the longest night. Thus ends our story of Sam Dreamweaver and the healing of the Dream Tree, as it was told in the Shire when the world was younger and magic had not yet entirely faded from the land. Story 2. In the quiet corners of the Shire, where the evening mist rolls gently over the fields and the lanterns in round windows glow like fallen stars, the hobbits gather to share their tales. These are not the grand adventures of distant lands or the deeds of great wizards and kings, but rather the smaller, older stories that have been passed down through countless generations, whispered by firesides and sung in garden parties under the light of the moon. It is said that in the days before the Shire was divided into its 4 farthings, when hobbits first came to settle in these green and pleasant lands, the world was filled with wonders both bright and strange. Magic lingered in the morning dew, and the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary were as thin as spider silk. The hobbits of those ancient times knew secrets that have since been half forgotten, preserved now only in song and story, in the rhymes that children sing while dancing around the party tree, and in the tales that grandmothers tell to wide-eyed little ones tucked snug in their beds. Tonight, dear listener, I invite you to settle into your most comfortable chair, perhaps with a cup of tea steaming gently at your elbow, and journey with me through these beloved legends of the Shire. We shall explore tales of clever hobbits and curious magic, of old bargains made and ancient promises kept, of the simple wisdom that has guided our people through the long years of the world. Our first tale begins, as so many do, with a question that troubled the minds of young hobbits for generations. For you see, there was once a time when a peculiar mystery puzzled every child in the Shire, and no amount of asking their elders would yield a satisfactory answer. It was a question so persistent, so universal among the young folk, that it deserved a proper story to explain it. The tale of the Laughing Stream begins in the South Farthing, in a little village called Rushy Bottom, where the streams ran clear and cold from the hills, and the mushroom patches grew thick and plentiful in the shadowed glades. Here lived a hobbit family by the name of Brownlock, and they were known throughout the region for their excellent beer and their rather unfortunate tendency toward pride. The father of this family was called Tobias Brownlock, and he was a stout fellow with a magnificent set of mutton chop whiskers that he groomed with great care every morning. His wife, Peony, was equally proud, always ensuring that her garden was the tidiest, her brass doorknob the shiniest, and her apple pies the most perfectly golden of any in the village. They had 3 children, 2 sensible daughters named Primrose and Pansy, and 1 son, the youngest, called Merry, though his disposition was anything but. Now, young Merry Brownlock was not a bad hobbit, you understand, but he had developed a most unfortunate habit. Whenever anyone in the village experienced a bit of bad luck, Merry would laugh. If old Farmer Took stumbled in a rabbit hole, Merry would giggle behind his hand. If the baker's bread burned, Merry would snicker. If someone's washing blew away in the wind and landed in a mud puddle, Merry would chortle with undisguised glee. His parents scolded him repeatedly. His sisters tried to shame him into better behavior, but nothing seemed to cure him of this unkind tendency. The other hobbits in Rushy Bottom began to avoid the Brownlock family, crossing to the other side of the lane when they saw them coming, and pointedly failing to invite them to gatherings and parties. This troubled Tobias and Peony greatly, for hobbits do so love their social occasions, and to be excluded from them was a sore trial indeed. One particularly fine spring morning, Merry was sent to the stream to fetch water for his mother's washing. He took the wooden buckets and made his way down the winding path through the greening woods, whistling tunelessly to himself. The stream, which flowed down from the hills and eventually joined the great Brandywine River, was running particularly full that day, swollen with melted snow from the heights. The water chuckled and gurgled over the smooth stones, creating a sound almost like laughter itself. Merry bent to fill his first bucket when he heard, quite distinctly, a voice speaking from the water itself. The voice was light and musical, with an edge of mischief that would have warned a wiser hobbit to be cautious. But Merry, curious and heedless as young folk often are, peered closely at the stream, trying to see who might be speaking. What he saw made him blink in astonishment. There, sitting on a moss-covered stone in the middle of the stream, was the smallest, strangest creature he had ever laid eyes upon. It was no taller than a newborn rabbit, with skin the colour of river water, eyes like polished pebbles, and hair that seemed to be made of flowing weed. It wore clothes, if you could call them that, fashioned from leaves and bits of bark, all held together with spider silk that glistened in the dappled sunlight. The creature was laughing, a tinkling sound like water running over rocks, and it pointed at Merry with one tiny finger. The hobbit boy felt a strange sensation, as if the creature was looking not at him, but into him, seeing all his thoughts and memories laid bare. "So," said the water spirit, for that is what it was, "you are the hobbit who laughs at others' misfortunes. I have heard of you, Merry Brownlock. The stream carries all the gossip of the valley, and the fish speak of little else but your unkind mirth." Merry, taken aback at being addressed by such an unusual being, could only stammer a reply. He wanted to deny the charge, but something about the creature's knowing gaze made him tell the truth instead. "Yes," he admitted, hanging his head. "I do laugh when others have accidents or troubles. I know it's wrong, but I cannot seem to help myself. It's as if the laughter bubbles up from somewhere deep inside me, and out it comes before I can stop it." The water spirit tilted its head, considering this confession. Its expression was unreadable, somewhere between amusement and concern. "Then perhaps," it said slowly, "you need to understand what it feels like to be laughed at. Perhaps you need to learn the lesson that your parents and sisters could not teach you." Before Merry could ask what the creature meant, it raised both its tiny hands and spoke words in a language that sounded like flowing water and wind through reeds. The air around Merry seemed to shimmer and shift, and he felt a peculiar tingling sensation spread through his body, starting at his toes and working its way up to the very top of his head. When the sensation passed, nothing seemed different at first. Merry looked down at his hands, wiggled his fingers, and found everything appeared normal. The water spirit had vanished, disappeared beneath the surface of the stream, without so much as a ripple to mark where it had been. Shrugging, Merry filled his buckets and started back up the path toward home, though he felt oddly unsettled by the encounter. It was not until he reached the edge of the village that he began to notice something was amiss. Mrs. Tunnelly was hanging out her washing, and when she caught sight of Merry, she pointed at him and began to laugh. It was not a kind laugh, but a mocking, scornful sound that made Merry's ears burn with shame. He hurried past her, but then old Gaffer Whitfoot saw him and did the same, slapping his knee and howling with mirth as if Merry were the funniest thing he had ever seen. By the time Merry reached his own garden gate, half the village seemed to be following him, all of them laughing and pointing. Even his own sisters came to the door, took one look at him, and dissolved into giggles. His mother covered her mouth with her apron, her shoulders shaking, while his father turned away, making strangled sounds as he tried to contain his amusement. "What is it?" Merry cried out in distress. "What is everyone laughing at? Have I grown an extra nose? Has my hair turned purple? Tell me what's wrong." But no one could answer him through their laughter. Merry ran to the looking-glass that hung in the hallway of their hobbit hole and stared at his reflection. To his eyes, he looked exactly as he always had, perhaps a bit red in the face from running and embarrassment, but otherwise perfectly normal. Yet everyone who looked at him seemed to find him hilariously funny. This continued for 3 days. Everywhere Merry went, hobbits would see him and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Children would point and giggle. Adults would try to maintain their composure but would eventually succumb to fits of mirth. And even the dogs seemed to bark at him in what sounded like amusement. Merry became more and more miserable, refusing to leave his home, hiding in his room and wondering what terrible curse had been placed upon him. On the 4th morning, feeling utterly wretched, Merry crept out before dawn and made his way back to the stream. The water was quieter now, flowing gently in the early light, and mist rose from its surface like breath in cold air. Merry knelt by the bank and called out softly, pleadingly, to the water spirit. "Please," he said, his voice breaking with emotion, "please appear, if you can hear me. I understand now what you were trying to teach me. I know how terrible it feels to be laughed at, to have everyone find amusement in your very existence. I'm sorry for all the times I laughed at others. I truly am. Please, if you have any kindness in your heart, remove this curse from me." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the water spirit rose from beneath the surface, water streaming from its tiny form. It regarded Merry with those pebble eyes, and perhaps there was a hint of sympathy in its expression now. "Have you learned your lesson then, young Brownlock?" the water spirit asked, its voice still musical but somehow gentler than before. "Do you truly understand now what your laughter did to those around you?" Merry nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Yes," he said. "Oh yes, I understand completely. Every laugh, every giggle, every snicker I made at someone else's expense must have hurt them just as I have been hurt these past days. I felt ashamed, embarrassed, and so terribly alone. I wouldn't wish this feeling on my worst enemy, and I caused it for others without a second thought. I was cruel, even if I didn't mean to be." The water spirit seemed to soften further at these words. It hopped from stone to stone until it was close enough to Merry that he could see the way the early morning light caught in the droplets of water that clung to its strange form. The creature reached out one tiny hand and touched Merry's finger, and where it touched, the hobbit felt a coolness like fresh spring water. "You have learned well," the spirit said. "Many who are cursed with such enchantments become angry and bitter, blaming everyone but themselves for their predicament. But you have looked inward and found the truth of your own actions. That takes courage, young hobbit, and wisdom beyond your years. Therefore, I shall lift the curse, but know this. The lesson you have learned must stay with you. Should you ever again laugh unkindly at another's misfortune, the curse will return, and next time it shall last not 4 days, but 4 weeks. Merry shuddered at the thought, but nodded his understanding. "I promise," he said solemnly, "I shall never again find amusement in others' pain or embarrassment. If I feel laughter rising at such times, I shall remember these 4 terrible days and bite my tongue instead." The water spirit smiled then, an expression that transformed its strange face into something almost beautiful. It spoke more words in that flowing, watery language, and again Merry felt the tingling sensation wash over him. When it faded, he looked at his reflection in the still pool near the bank and saw himself as he truly was, with nothing unusual or laughable about his appearance. "Go now," the spirit said, already beginning to fade back into the stream, "and remember that kindness costs nothing, while cruelty, even in the form of thoughtless laughter, can cost everything. The water accepts all things, both tears of sorrow and tears of joy, but it knows the difference between them. Be like the water, young Merry, flowing around obstacles with grace, rather than mocking them for being in your path." With those words, the creature disappeared entirely, leaving only a few ripples on the water's surface to show it had ever been there at all. Merry remained kneeling by the stream for a long while, thinking deeply about all that had transpired. The sun rose higher, warming the earth and burning away the morning mist, and finally the young hobbit stood and made his way back to Rushy Bottom. As he walked through the village, hobbits saw him and went about their business normally. No one pointed, no one laughed. and Merry felt a relief so profound it nearly brought fresh tears to his eyes. When he reached his home, his mother was in the garden, and she looked up with a smile that held both warmth and a question. "Are you well now, my son?" she asked. For we could not help but laugh these past days, though we knew not why, and it troubled us greatly to see you so distressed. Whatever afflicted you seems to have passed. Merry hugged his mother tightly, something he had not done since he was much younger. "I am well, mother," he said, "and I have learned something important. I am sorry for all the times I laughed unkindly at others. I understand now how hurtful it was, and I shall never do so again." Peony Brownlock held her son at arm's length and studied his face. She saw something there that had not been present before, a maturity and understanding that pleased her greatly. "Well then," she said softly, "perhaps some good has come from these strange days after all. Come inside, dear one, and have some breakfast. Your father has made griddle cakes, and your sisters have been worried about you." From that day forward, Merry Brownlock became known throughout Rushy Bottom as the kindest young hobbit in the village. When someone stumbled or dropped something, he would hurry to help rather than laugh. When mistakes were made, he would offer sympathy and assistance. And on the rare occasions when he felt that old urge to laugh at another's expense rising up within him, he would remember the water spirit's warning and the terrible 4 days when he himself had been the object of everyone's mirth. The other hobbits noticed the change in him and began to warm to the Brownlock family once more. Invitations to parties and gatherings arrived at their round green door, and Merry found himself with more friends than he had ever had before. For kindness, as the water spirit had said, costs nothing, but it returns dividends beyond measure. Years passed, and Merry grew into a fine young hobbit, well liked and respected throughout the South Farthing. He eventually married a sensible hobbit lass named Marigold Took, and they had children of their own, and when his children were young, and he caught them laughing unkindly at others, he would take them down to the stream and tell them the story of his encounter with the water spirit. Sometimes, if the light was just right, and the water was flowing gently over the stones, the children would swear they could see a tiny figure dancing among the ripples, laughing in a voice like tinkling bells. But it was a kind laugh, a joyful one, the sort that celebrates the beauty of the world rather than mocking its imperfections. And Merry would smile and tell his children that the stream was laughing with them, not at them, and that was all the difference in the world. The stream still flows through that part of the Shire, down from the hills and eventually into the Brandywine, and it is still called the Laughing Stream by the hobbits who live nearby. But they call it that not because it mocks or ridicules, but because its happy burbling sound reminds them that joy should be shared, not used as a weapon against others. And on quiet mornings, when the mist rises from the water and the world is still and peaceful, some say you can still hear the voice of the water spirit singing its ancient songs about kindness and the lessons learned by those who listen to the wisdom of flowing water. This tale has been passed down through generations of hobbits, told to children who laugh too readily at others' misfortunes, shared around firesides on cold winter evenings, and remembered whenever someone needs a reminder that our actions, even something as small as a laugh, can have consequences we never intended. The hobbits of the Shire have long understood that magic, when it appears in their lands, often comes with lessons attached, and wise is the hobbit who learns those lessons well. But the Laughing Stream is not the only place in the Shire where the old magic lingers, where the boundaries between the everyday and the extraordinary grow thin as gossamer. There are other stories, other places where ancient things still dwell, and where hobbits who venture forth with open hearts and curious minds might encounter wonders beyond imagining. Our next tale takes us to a different part of the Shire entirely, to the North Farthing, where the land grows wilder, and the old ways are remembered more clearly. Here, where the White Downs rise like gentle giants, and the wind carries whispers from lands far beyond the borders of Hobbit country, there lived a family of hobbits who would soon discover that sometimes the greatest treasures are not found in dragon hoards or ancient ruins, but in the simple act of showing kindness to strangers. The tale of the North Wind's gift begins in the village of Needlehole, a small settlement tucked into a sheltered valley among the White Downs. The village was named for the narrow pass that led into it, barely wide enough for a pony cart to navigate, and the hobbits who lived there were known for their skill at weaving and spinning the finest wool in all the Shire. In this village lived a hobbit family by the name of Whitfoot, though they were not related to the Whitfoots of Michel Delving, being descended from a different branch altogether. The father, Rowan Whitfoot, was a shepherd who tended his flock on the hillsides, while his wife Lily managed their small household with quiet efficiency. They had 4 children, 3 sturdy sons and 1 daughter, the youngest named Bryony. Now, the Whitfoots were not wealthy hobbits by any measure. Their hobbit hole was small and somewhat draughty, with a door that hung slightly crooked on its hinges and windows that rattled when the wind blew strong. Their clothes were patched and mended, their meals simple, and their comforts few. But what they lacked in material wealth, they made up for in kindness and generosity. No traveller ever passed their door without being offered at least a cup of water and a crust of bread, and often much more besides, even when the family could ill afford such hospitality. Lily Whitfoot had been raised by her grandmother, a wise old hobbit woman who had impressed upon her the importance of showing kindness to all who crossed one's threshold. "You never know," her grandmother would say, tapping the side of her nose knowingly, "when you might be entertaining someone of great importance in disguise." The old stories are full of such tales, of beggars who turned out to be wizards, of ragged wanderers who were really elven lords, of tests given to the generous and the greedy alike. Better to err on the side of kindness, my dear, than to turn away someone who might have brought a blessing to your door. Young Bryony had listened to these stories with wide eyes and an eager heart, and she had adopted her mother's philosophy wholeheartedly. Even when her brothers teased her for giving away her share of supper to a hungry traveller, or when her friends laughed at her for offering shelter to a muddy peddler during a rainstorm, Bryony remained steadfast in her belief that kindness was never wasted, even if no obvious reward came from it. It was in the deepest part of winter, when the snow lay thick upon the white downs and the wind howled down from the north like a pack of wolves, that the stranger came to Needlehole. The hobbits of the village had shuttered their windows tight and were huddled around their hearths, for the storm that had blown in was the worst in living memory. The cold was so intense that even the well-insulated hobbit holes struggled to maintain warmth, and frost formed on the inside of windows despite the fires that burned in every grate. Bryony was helping her mother prepare supper, a thin vegetable soup made from the last of their stored turnips and carrots, when they heard a knock at their round green door. It was a feeble sound, barely audible over the roar of the wind, and at first Lily thought she had imagined it. But then it came again, more insistent this time, though still weak. Who in all the Shire would be out in such weather? Lily wondered aloud, wiping her hands on her apron. She moved toward the door with Bryony close behind, both of them curious and concerned in equal measure. When Rowan pulled open the door, a blast of icy air rushed in, nearly extinguishing the fire in the hearth. On the doorstep stood a figure so covered in snow and ice that it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female, young or old, hobbit or otherwise. The figure swayed dangerously, and Rowan only just managed to catch it before it collapsed entirely. "Quickly, quickly," Lily cried. "Help me get them inside and near the fire. Bryony, fetch every blanket we have. Boys, stoke the fire higher and put the kettle on for hot tea." The family worked together with practiced efficiency, pulling off the stranger's frozen outer garments and wrapping them in blankets. As the ice and snow melted away, they could see that their visitor was an old woman, though her features were strange and otherworldly in a way that suggested she was not entirely of mortal kind. Her hair was white as the snow itself, her skin pale as moonlight, and her eyes, when they finally fluttered open, were the clear grey of a winter sky. The stranger looked around at the humble hobbit hole, at the thin soup bubbling over the fire, at the patched blankets that now wrapped her, and at the concerned faces of the Whitfoot family. She said nothing at first, merely studying each of them in turn with those penetrating grey eyes. Lily bustled forward with a cup of hot tea, pressing it into the stranger's trembling hands. "Drink this," she said gently. "It will help warm you from the inside. What were you doing out in such a terrible storm? Surely you must have known how dangerous it is to travel in weather like this." The stranger sipped the tea slowly, and with each sip, a bit more colour seemed to return to her face. "I had no choice," she said at last, and her voice was like the wind itself, high and thin and somehow vast. "I must travel where I am called, regardless of the weather, for I am the North Wind's handmaiden, and I go where she bids me go." The Whitfoot family exchanged glances, unsure whether to believe such a fantastic claim, but there was something about the stranger that made them think twice, before dismissing her words as the ravings of someone addled by cold. The way the wind seemed to quiet slightly when she spoke, the way frost patterns appeared on the windows in intricate designs, the way the very air around her seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly chill even as she sat beside the warm fire. "Whether you are who you say, or simply a traveller in need, you are welcome here," Rowan said firmly, settling the matter. "We may not have much, but what we have, we share freely. You'll stay with us until the storm passes, and we'll hear no argument about it." The stranger smiled then, a small expression that nevertheless transformed her face entirely. "You are kind, Rowan Whitfoot," she said, "and your family is generous beyond measure. You offer shelter and warmth, and even share your meagre supper with a stranger, though I can see you have little enough for yourselves. Such hospitality is rare in these days, even among the good folk of the Shire." That night, the Whitfoots shared their thin soup with their guest, dividing it 6 ways instead of 5, and no one complained that their portions were smaller than usual. Bryony gave up her bed so the stranger might rest more comfortably, and she curled up instead on a pallet near the fire. The storm raged on outside, but within the hobbit hole there was warmth and companionship, and the stranger's presence seemed to bring with it a sense of peace that eased the worry that had been growing in the family's hearts as their provisions dwindled. For 3 days the storm continued, and for 3 days the stranger remained with the Whitfoots. Each day, Lily shared their dwindling food stores without hesitation. Each night, the family made sure their guest was comfortable and warm. Bryony would sit with the old woman in the evenings, listening to strange tales of the far north, of lands where ice castles rose from frozen seas, and auroras danced across the sky in colours no hobbit had ever seen. On the morning of the 4th day, the storm finally broke. The wind died down, the snow ceased falling, and pale sunlight filtered through the clouds, making the snow-covered landscape sparkle like diamonds. The stranger rose from her seat by the fire and announced that it was time for her to continue her journey. "You have shown me great kindness," she said to the assembled family, "kindness that many would not have extended to a stranger in these difficult times. The North Wind knows of your generosity, and she does not forget those who show compassion to her servants. Therefore, I leave you with a gift." The stranger moved to the door and opened it wide. The cold air rushed in, but this time it did not feel cruel or biting. Instead, it seemed fresh and clean, full of promise. She raised her arms and spoke words in a language that sounded like wind whistling through mountain passes and ice cracking on frozen lakes. As she spoke, something remarkable began to happen. The small vegetable garden behind the hobbit hole, which should have been buried under snow and frozen solid, began to stir. The snow melted away in patches, and where it did, green shoots appeared, growing with impossible speed. Within moments, the garden was flourishing, as if it were the height of spring rather than the depths of winter. But that was not all. The stranger gestured toward the hillside where Rowan kept his sheep, and the Whitfoot family watched in amazement as the snow there too began to melt, revealing grass beneath that was green and lush and tender. The sheep, which had been huddled miserably in their shelter, ventured out and began to graze contentedly, their wool growing thick and lustrous before the very eyes of their astonished owner. "Your garden will grow year-round now," the stranger said, her voice carrying clearly despite the wind, never failing through even the harshest winter. "Your sheep will always have grazing, and their wool will be the finest in all the Shire, sought after by weavers far and wide. Your pantry will never be empty, for the North Wind has blessed this household, and her blessing shall remain for as long as kindness dwells within these walls." With those words, the stranger stepped out into the snow, and before the Whitfoots could even thank her properly, she seemed to dissolve into the wind itself, becoming one with the cold air that swirled around the valley. For a moment, they thought they could hear her voice on the breeze saying, "Remember always that generosity breeds abundance, and kindness returns tenfold to those who give freely without thought of reward." The family stood in the doorway, staring at their transformed garden and grazing lands in stunned silence. Then, all at once, they began to laugh and cry and embrace one another, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the gift they had received. Lily went to check the pantry and found it mysteriously full, with jars of preserves and sacks of flour and bins of potatoes that had certainly not been there the day before. The boys ran to inspect the garden and came back with arms full of vegetables, fresh cabbages and turnips and carrots, all grown impossibly large and perfect. Bryony stood at the door the longest, staring out at the spot where the stranger had vanished. She thought about her grandmother's words, about entertaining strangers who might be more than they seemed, and she felt a warm glow of satisfaction in her heart. The old stories were true after all, and kindness truly was its own reward, though sometimes it brought other rewards as well. Word of the Whitfoots' miraculous gardens spread quickly through Needlehole and beyond. Hobbits came from all over the North Farthing to see the impossible sight of vegetables growing in the depths of winter, of grass green and lush beneath the snow. Some were skeptical at first, thinking it some trick or illusion, but when they saw the evidence with their own eyes and tasted the sweet vegetables that grew there, they could not deny the truth of it. Rowan's wool became famous throughout the Shire. Weavers from as far away as Michelle Delving and Tuckborough would travel to Needlehole specifically to purchase his fleeces, paying prices that seemed almost outrageous for such quality. The family prospered beyond anything they had ever imagined, able to repair their hobbit hole, to buy new clothes, to eat well every day, and still have plenty left over. But here is the most important part of the tale, the part that the hobbits of the Shire remember most clearly when they tell this story to their children. Despite their newfound wealth and abundance, the Whitfoot family did not change their ways. They remained as generous and kind as they had always been, perhaps even more so now that they had the means to help others more substantially. When travellers came to their door, they were welcomed with the same warmth as before, but now the meals were more substantial, the beds more comfortable, the gifts sent away with the guests more valuable. When neighbours fell on hard times, the Whitfoots were there to help, sharing their abundance without hesitation or expectation of repayment. When winter came hard to Needlehole, as it sometimes did, the Whitfoot garden would provide vegetables not just for their own family, but for the entire village, ensuring that no one went hungry. Lily would often say, as she handed out baskets of fresh vegetables to her neighbours, that the North Wind's blessing came with a responsibility as well as a gift. We were given this abundance, she would explain, not just for ourselves, but so that we might share it with others. Kindness should always flow outward, like ripples on a pond, touching more and more lives as it goes. Young Bryony grew up in this atmosphere of generosity and eventually became known as one of the wisest hobbits in the North Farthing. She married a kind young hobbit from Scary named Rufus Banks, and together they continued the tradition of hospitality that had brought such blessings to her family. Their own children were raised with the understanding that wealth meant nothing if it was hoarded, that the true measure of prosperity was not what you kept, but what you gave away. The magical garden continued to flourish through the generations, passing from parents to children to grandchildren, always producing its abundant harvest regardless of the season or weather. But the blessing came with a condition, though the North Wind's handmaiden had not stated it explicitly. As long as the family remained generous and kind, the magic endured. The one time a particularly greedy descendant tried to sell all the vegetables for profit without sharing any with the village, the garden withered overnight, refusing to produce even a single sprout until the miser had learnt his lesson and returned to the ways of generosity. That particular descendant, a hobbit named Oswald Whitfoot, found himself facing a completely barren plot where the magical garden had been. The grass on the hillside turned brown, and the sheep's wool became coarse and ordinary. Terrified that he had lost the family's blessing forever, Oswald went to the village square and publicly apologized for his greed, promising to return to the generous ways of his forebears. He gave away everything he had hoarded, distributing it freely to all who needed it, and only then did the garden begin to grow again, slowly at first, then with increasing vigor, as Oswald proved through his actions that his change of heart was genuine. This incident became a cautionary tale within the larger tale, a reminder that magic given for kindness must be maintained by kindness, that blessings can be lost as easily as they are gained if one forgets the principles that earned them in the first place. The hobbits of the Shire take such lessons seriously, for they understand that the old magic, when it still touches their land, operates by rules as ancient and immutable as the seasons themselves. And what of the North Wind's handmaiden? She was never seen again in Needlehole, though some say that on the coldest winter nights, when the wind howls down from the north with particular force, you can sometimes hear a voice in it, speaking words of blessing over those households where lights shine warm and doors open readily to travellers in need. The hobbits who claim to have heard this voice say it speaks of kindness and generosity, of the importance of sharing what one has, and of the mysterious ways in which good deeds return to bless the doer. The garden still grows in Needlehole, tended now by the great-great-great-grandchildren of Rowan and Lily Whitfoot, and visitors to that part of the Shire can still see vegetables flourishing in the depths of winter, a testament to the enduring power of kindness and the reality of the old magic that still lingers in the quiet corners of the world. It serves as a living reminder that hospitality is never wasted, that generosity breeds abundance, and that sometimes, just sometimes, the strangers we welcome into our homes may be more than they appear. But not all tales of the Shire involve magical blessings or encounters with otherworldly beings. Some stories speak to the cleverness of hobbits themselves, to their resourcefulness and wit, and to the way they navigate the challenges of everyday life with humor and intelligence. These tales are just as beloved as the magical ones, for they remind hobbits that they need not rely on magic to overcome obstacles, that their own natural gifts of common sense and quick thinking are often more valuable than any enchantment. Our next tale is one such story, a favourite among the young hobbits of the East Farthing, where it is told and retold with endless variations and embellishments. It is called The Tale of the Clever Hobbit and the Greedy Miller, and it takes place in the village of Whitfurrows, a settlement known for its excellent grain and the great mill that processes it. In Whitfurrows, many years ago, there stood a mill beside a rushing stream, its great wheel turning day and night to grind the wheat and barley and rye that the farmers brought from their fields. The mill was essential to the life of the village, for without it, the hobbits would have had no flour for their bread and cakes and pastries. And what is a hobbit without fresh bread on the table? The miller who owned this establishment was a hobbit named Sandyman, though not of the same family as the Sandymans of Hobbiton in later years. This particular Sandyman was known far and wide for two things: his skill at grinding grain into the finest flour, and his unrepentant greed. He charged exorbitant fees for his services, taking not the customary 10th portion of grain as payment, but often as much as a quarter or even a third, depending on how desperate the farmer was and how shrewd the miller judged them to be. The farmers of Whitfurrows grumbled about Sandyman's prices, but what could they do? He owned the only mill for leagues around, and to travel elsewhere would cost them more in time and effort than simply paying his inflated fees. So they paid, and they grumbled, and they dreamed of the day when someone would find a way to outwit the greedy miller and bring him down a peg or two. Now, among the farmers of Whitfurrows lived a young hobbit named Tolman Proudfoot, called Tolly by his friends and family. Tolly was not the strongest hobbit, nor the wealthiest, but he had a reputation for cleverness that was well deserved. He could solve riddles that stumped his elders, find creative solutions to problems that seemed impossible, and had a wit as sharp as any blade forged in dwarven halls. Tolly's family farmed a modest plot of land, growing wheat and vegetables, and like all the other farmers, they were obliged to use Sandyman's mill. Each harvest season, Tolly would watch his father's face grow grim as he calculated how much grain they would lose to the miller's excessive fees, how much less they would have to sell at market or to use for their own bread through the winter. One autumn, after a particularly good harvest, Tolly's father prepared to take several large sacks of wheat to the mill. The family had worked hard all season, and the grain was of exceptional quality, golden and plump and perfect for grinding. But Tolly's father knew that Sandyman would demand at least a third of it as payment, leaving them with less than they deserved for their labour. "Father," Tolly said as they loaded the cart, "let me take the grain to the mill this time. I have an idea that might help us keep more of what we've earned." His father looked sceptical, for he knew his son's clever ideas sometimes led to unexpected complications, but he also trusted Tolly's quick wit and good intentions. "Very well," he said, "but be careful. Sandyman is no fool despite his greed, and he doesn't take kindly to those who try to outsmart him." Tolly set off for the mill with 3 large sacks of wheat loaded onto his cart. As he went, he stopped at the home of his friend Merimus Took, who owed him a favour from earlier that year. "Merry," Tolly said, "I need your help with a plan to teach old Sandyman a lesson. Are you willing?" Merimus, who had his own grievances with the greedy miller, agreed readily, and together they worked out the details of Tolly's scheme. Then Tolly continued on to the mill, where he found Sandyman in his usual place, overseeing the grinding with a sharp eye and a sharper mind for profit. "Good day, Master Sandyman," Tolly called out cheerfully as he unloaded his first sack. "I've brought 3 sacks of the finest wheat you've ever seen. My father's pride and joy, this crop." Sandyman examined the grain critically. running it through his fingers and even tasting a few kernels. His eyes lit up with avarice when he confirmed the exceptional quality. "Fine wheat indeed," he said, trying to sound casual. "I'll grind it for you, for my usual fee." "And what fee might that be?" Tolly asked innocently, though he knew perfectly well what the miller would demand. "1/3, Sandyman replied firmly. "Fair payment for the use of my mill and my expertise." Tolly pretended to consider this, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "1/3 seems rather steep, Master Sandyman. My father says that in his grandfather's day, millers took only a 10th portion." Sandyman snorted dismissively. "Times change, young Proudfoot. A 10th portion won't keep this mill running, won't pay for repairs and maintenance. 1/3 is my price. Take it or leave it." "Very well," Tolly said with a sigh that was not entirely feigned. "I suppose I have no choice. But I wonder, might we make a small wager to make the transaction more interesting?" The miller's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but his love of gambling was almost as great as his love of gold. "What sort of wager?" he asked cautiously. Tolly explained his proposal. "I'll ask you 3 riddles," he said. "If you answer all 3 correctly, you can have half my grain instead of just 1/3. But if you fail to answer even 1 riddle, you must grind my grain for free and give me back an extra sack of flour from your stores as well." Sandyman considered this carefully. He fancied himself quite clever, and had never met a riddle he couldn't solve, given enough time to think. The prospect of getting half the wheat instead of 1/3 was tempting, very tempting indeed. And what were the chances that this young hobbit could stump him with riddles? Agreed, the miller said, extending his hand to shake on the wager. "Ask your riddles, boy, and prepare to hand over half your wheat." Tolly smiled and began. First riddle. "What runs but never walks, has a mouth but never talks, has a bed but never sleeps, and has a bank but no money?" Sandyman thought for only a moment before answering smugly. "A river, of course. Any fool knows that one." "Correct," Tolly acknowledged. Second riddle. "The more you take away from me, the bigger I become. What am I?" This one took the miller a bit longer, but eventually he worked it out. "A hole," he said. "Dig dirt from a hole, and the hole gets bigger." "Too easy, Proudfoot. Give me something challenging." Tolly's smile widened. "Very well. Third riddle. I am lighter than a feather, yet the strongest hobbit cannot hold me for more than a few minutes. What am I?" Sandyman's confident expression faltered. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, considering various answers and discarding them. Lighter than a feather but impossible to hold for long? Not water, not air exactly, not smoke. He thought of clouds, of thoughts, of dreams, of shadows, but none seemed quite right. Minutes passed, then an hour. Tolly waited patiently, occasionally glancing at the sun's position in the sky. Other farmers began to arrive with their own grain to be ground, and they stood watching the spectacle with great interest, whispering among themselves about the wager. Finally, as the sun began to dip toward the western horizon, Sandyman admitted defeat. "I cannot solve it," he said bitterly. "Tell me the answer." "Your breath," Tolly said simply. "A breath weighs nothing, lighter than any feather, yet you cannot hold it for more than a few minutes before you must exhale and take another." The assembled farmers burst into laughter and applause, delighted to see the greedy miller outwitted at last. Sandyman's face turned red with embarrassment and anger, but a wager was a wager, and all these witnesses had seen him agree to the terms. He had no choice but to honor his word. Grumbling and muttering dark threats under his breath, Sandyman ground Tolly's wheat for free, and even more reluctantly, measured out an additional sack of fine white flour from his personal stores. Tolly loaded his cart with his flour and the bonus sack, thanking the miller with exaggerated politeness that only rubbed salt in the wound. But the story does not end there, for Tolly was not finished with his plan. He had arranged with Meramus Took and several other young hobbits to spread word of his victory throughout Whitfrose and beyond. Within days, the tale of how young Tolly Proudfoot had bested the greedy miller with riddles had spread to every corner of the East Farthing. Farmers and merchants, bakers and brewers all heard how the miller had been forced to grind grain for free and even give away flour from his own stores. More importantly, they heard about the wager itself, and many began to think that perhaps they too might challenge Sandyman to a contest of wits. The first to try was old Holman Greenhand, a farmer known for his love of ancient lore and riddles. He arrived at the mill with his grain and proposed a similar wager. Sandyman, still smarting from his defeat and determined to restore his reputation, accepted eagerly. But Holman's riddles were drawn from old elvish sources, strange and poetic, and the miller found himself stumped once again. Another load of grain was ground for free, another sack of flour given away. Then came Daisy Burrows, a sharp-witted hobbit lass who challenged Sandyman not to riddles but to a game of logic and deduction. She won handily, and her grain too was ground without fee. After her came Posco Baggins, who bet the miller that he could not identify 5 different types of wheat by taste alone. Sandyman failed miserably, having spent so many years focused on profit rather than craft that his palate had grown dull. One after another, the hobbits of Whitfurrows came to the mill with their challenges and wagers. Some won, some lost, but enough victories accumulated that Sandyman's profits dwindled dramatically. His stores of flour shrank as he was forced to pay out wages, and his pride suffered even more grievously than his purse. The other hobbits began to regard him, not with resentful acceptance, but with amusement, and nothing wounds a greedy person quite so deeply as being made an object of mockery. Finally, after losing yet another wager to a young hobbit barely out of his tweens, Sandyman had had enough. He stood in the doorway of his mill and announced in a loud voice that carried across the village square that he was reducing his fees. No longer would he take 1/3 of the grain. He would return to the old custom of taking only 1/10 portion, as had been the practice in his grandfather's day. Furthermore, he declared, scowling at the assembled hobbits who had gathered to hear his announcement, he would no longer accept wagers or challenges of any kind. He was a miller, not a gambling house, and from now on his business would be conducted in a straightforward, honest manner, with fair prices for all. The hobbits cheered this announcement, and though Sandyman tried to maintain his grumpy demeanor, even he could not help but feel a certain relief at the decision. The constant challenges had been exhausting, and the stress of potentially losing more flour and reputation with each wager had taken its toll. In truth, though he would never admit it aloud, the return to honest dealing brought him a peace he had not felt in years. Tolly Proudfoot watched all of this unfold with quiet satisfaction. He had not set out to ruin the miller, only to teach him a lesson and to help his fellow farmers receive fair treatment. The fact that Sandyman had learned that lesson and changed his ways was more than he had dared hope for. The young hobbit's reputation for cleverness was now firmly established, and in years to come, whenever a problem arose in Whitfurrows that required creative thinking, it was to Tolly that the other hobbits would turn. As for Sandyman, he discovered something unexpected in his new, honest way of doing business. Though he earned less per transaction, he found that more hobbits came to his mill, and they came more frequently. Farmers who had previously tried to stretch their flour as long as possible to avoid his excessive fees now brought their grain readily. His reputation improved, and with it came a kind of contentment that all his previous wealth had never brought. He would never be generous like the Whitfoots of Needlehull, but he was no longer the grasping, greedy figure he had once been, and that was progress enough. The tale of Tolly and the greedy miller became one of the favourite stories told in the taverns and parlours of the East Farthing. Parents would tell it to their children as a lesson in both cleverness and the importance of fair dealing. Young hobbits would memorise the riddles and challenge each other with them, hoping to develop the same quick wit that Tolly had demonstrated. And whenever anyone in the Shire tried to charge unfair prices or take advantage of their neighbours, someone would invariably say, "Careful now, or you'll end up like old Sandyman before Tolly Proudfoot taught him better." The story also served as a reminder that change need not come through force or violence, but could be achieved through cleverness and community action. The hobbits of the Shire have always preferred such peaceful solutions to their problems, using their wits and their solidarity to address wrongs, rather than resorting to more aggressive methods. It is part of what makes them such a unique people, these small folk who would rather outsmart a problem than confront it head-on. But cleverness alone is not always enough, as our next tale demonstrates. Sometimes, courage is needed as well, the bravery to face one's fears and venture into unknown places for the sake of what is right. This brings us to a story that is told most often in the West Farthing, particularly in the area around Hobbiton and Bywater, where the old woods grow thick and dark and the paths are not always safe for the unwary. The tale of the Lost Lullaby begins on a misty autumn evening when the leaves were turning gold and red and the air had that particular crisp quality that speaks of winter's approach. In the village of Bywater, there lived a family named Gamgee. ancestors of the famous Samwise Gamgee, who would one day play such an important role in the great events of the world. But this story takes place many generations before Sam's time, when the Gamgees were simple gardeners and rope makers with no thought of adventures beyond the borders of the Shire. The matriarch of this particular branch of the Gamgee family was an old hobbit woman named Marigold, called Mari by all who knew her. She was beloved throughout Bywater for her kindness and her beautiful voice, which had not dimmed with age, but had only grown richer and more lovely. Mari had a gift for singing, particularly lullabies, and many a hobbit child in Bywater had been soothed to sleep by her gentle melodies. Among her own grandchildren was a young lass named Rose, a cheerful child with bright eyes and an adventurous spirit that sometimes worried her more cautious parents. Rose adored her grandmother and would sit for hours listening to Mari sing, learning the old songs and making up new ones of her own. The bond between them was particularly strong, as often happens between grandmothers and granddaughters who share similar temperaments. One evening, as Mari was singing Rose to sleep with a particularly beautiful lullaby, one that had been passed down through the Gamgee family for generations, something strange occurred. The song seemed to take on a life of its own, the notes shimmering in the air like visible threads of golden light. Rose, drowsy but not yet fully asleep, watched in wonder as the melody wove itself into patterns that danced above her bed. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the visible music vanished, and with it went something precious. Mari tried to continue singing, but the words would not come. She opened her mouth, but though she could remember the tune, the lyrics had fled from her mind as completely as if they had never been there. She tried again and again, growing increasingly distressed, but it was no use. The lullaby was gone. This might not seem like such a terrible loss to those unfamiliar with Hobbit traditions, but lullabies hold a special place in the hearts of the Shire folk. They are more than just songs to help children sleep. They carry within them the history and wisdom of families, the accumulated love and care of generations. To lose such a song is to lose a piece of one's heritage, a connection to ancestors long gone. Mari was devastated. She searched her memory desperately, consulted with other elderly hobbits who might remember the song, even travelled to Michael Delving to speak with the keeper of records there. But the lullaby had vanished as thoroughly as morning mist in sunlight, and no trace of it could be found. Other Gamgees knew different versions of family lullabies, but none knew this particular one, which had been Mari's mother's favourite and had been passed down through her line specifically. Young Rose, seeing her grandmother's distress, made a decision. She would find the lost lullaby and bring it back. When she announced this intention to her family, they were alarmed and tried to dissuade her. "But where would you even begin to look for a lost song?" her mother asked, wringing her hands with worry. "It's not as if it's a misplaced thimble or a wandering pony. Songs exist in the mind and heart, not in places you can search." Rose, however, had given this considerable thought. She remembered the way the melody had become visible, how it had seemed to dance away through the air as if carried by some unseen current. If the song could become a thing of light and movement, she reasoned, then perhaps it had gone somewhere, been taken to some place where lost things gather. And if there was one hobbit in Bywater who might know about such matters, it was old Fosco Baggins. Fosco was considered eccentric, even by hobbit standards. He lived alone in a rather untidy hobbit hole on the outskirts of the village, surrounded by books and strange objects he had collected over his long life. He claimed to have travelled in his youth, to have seen things beyond the Shire that most hobbits could scarcely imagine. Most of his neighbours dismissed his tales as the fantasies of an old bachelor with too much time on his hands, but Rose had always found him fascinating. She went to visit Fosco the very next morning, bringing a basket of fresh scones her mother had baked, for even eccentric old hobbits appreciate good food. She found him in his cluttered study, poring over a yellowed map that showed lands far beyond the borders of the Shire. "Good morning, young Rose," Fosco said, looking up with rheumy but still sharp eyes. "What brings you to visit an old fool like me? Come to hear more of my wild tales, have you?" Rose explained about the lost lullaby, describing in detail how it had seemed to transform into visible light before disappearing entirely. As she spoke, she watched Fosco's expression change from polite interest to genuine concern. "Ah," he said when she had finished, "that is indeed a serious matter. What you describe sounds very much like what the old folk call a song theft. though I had not heard of such a thing happening in the Shire for many generations, not since my own grandmother's time, and even then it was considered rare. He rose from his chair and began rummaging through the piles of books and papers that covered every available surface. Finally, he extracted a slim volume bound in faded green leather. "Here," he said, "this speaks of such matters. Listen carefully." Fosco read aloud from the ancient book, his voice taking on a storyteller's cadence. It told of creatures called melody weavers, spirits of music and memory that dwelt in the wild places of the world. These beings collected songs, particularly old and powerful ones. Gathering them as a bee might gather pollen, they meant no harm, the book explained, but were drawn irresistibly to melodies that carried strong emotions and deep history. The melody weavers, Fosco continued, make their homes in places where music naturally occurs, where wind sings through hollow trees, where water creates harmonies as it flows over stones, where the very earth seems to hum with ancient rhythms. In the Shire, there is one place above all others where such beings might dwell. "Where?" Rose asked eagerly, leaning forward in her chair. "The Woody End," Fosco replied, lowering the book. "The oldest part of the old forest that remains in the Shire, where the trees remember times before hobbits came to these lands. It is said that on certain nights, when the moon is full and the wind blows from the west, you can hear music there that was not made by any mortal throat. If your grandmother's lullaby was taken by a melody weaver, that is where you must go to retrieve it." Rose felt a shiver of both fear and excitement. The Woody End was considered somewhat dangerous by hobbit standards. Not evil, exactly, but wild and unpredictable. A place where the old magic still lingered and strange things might happen to the unwary. Her parents would never allow her to go there alone. But Fosco was not finished. He pulled out another, smaller book, this one with pages so thin they seemed almost transparent. "If you truly mean to attempt this," he said, "you must go prepared. Melody weavers are not easily convinced to return what they have collected. They see themselves as preservers of songs, keeping them safe from being forgotten. You will need to offer something in exchange, something of equal value." "What could I possibly have that would be of equal value to my grandmother's lullaby?" Rose asked, feeling discouraged. Fosco smiled, a knowing expression that made him look suddenly younger. Not an object, child, but an experience. Melody weavers love new songs as much as old ones. If you can create a melody for them, something original and heartfelt, something that has never been sung before, they may be willing to trade, but it must be genuine, born from true feeling, not some trifle thrown together hastily. Rose considered this carefully. She had always enjoyed making up little songs, but creating something worthy of trading for her grandmother's precious lullaby seemed like an enormous challenge. Still, she had promised herself she would retrieve the lost song, and she was not one to abandon a promise lightly. "I'll do it," she declared, standing up with determination. "I'll go to the Woody End, and I'll bring back my grandmother's lullaby, no matter what it takes." Fosco regarded her solemnly. "Then take this," he said, pressing a small silver whistle into her hand. "It was made by elves, given to me long ago when I was not much older than you are now. If you find yourself in true danger, blow this, and help may come. I say may, mind you, not will. But it's better than nothing." Rose tucked the whistle safely into her pocket and thanked the old hobbit. As she made her way home, her mind was already working on possible melodies, trying to capture in music the feelings swirling in her heart, the love she felt for her grandmother, the determination to succeed, the touch of fear that came with venturing into unknown places. That evening, Rose told her parents that she was going to spend the night at her friend Poppy's house, which was not entirely untrue, as she did stop by to tell Poppy about her plan. Poppy, being both loyal and adventurous herself, insisted on coming along, declaring that Rose should not face melody weavers alone. Together, as the sun set and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, the two young hobbit lasses set out for the Woody End. The journey took longer than they had anticipated. The paths through the woods were winding and confusing, seeming to shift when they were not looking directly at them. Several times they were certain they were hopelessly lost, but each time they managed to find their way back to something familiar, a distinctive tree or a peculiar rock formation that Poppy remembered from daytime rambles. As the moon rose, full and bright as Fosco had said it should be, they finally reached the heart of the Woody End. The trees here were ancient beyond imagining, their trunks so thick that 3 hobbits holding hands could not have circled them. The air itself felt different, charged with a presence that was neither threatening nor welcoming, but simply other, something outside the normal experience of Shire folk. Rose and Poppy stood in a small clearing, moonlight filtering through the canopy above in silvery beams. The forest was full of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the creak of branches swaying in the breeze. But underneath all these ordinary noises, there was something else, a melody so faint it was almost imperceptible, like hearing music from a great distance or through many closed doors. "Do you hear it?" Rose whispered to Poppy, who nodded silently, her eyes wide with wonder. The melody grew gradually louder, or perhaps they were becoming more attuned to it. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the trees like a living thing. Rose recognized fragments of familiar tunes within it, snatches of old Shire songs and ballads, melodies she had heard at festivals and gatherings, and yes, there, unmistakably, a few bars of her grandmother's lullaby, preserved perfectly within the greater tapestry of sound. Following the music deeper into the clearing, the 2 young hobbits discovered something that took their breath away. In the very center, where moonlight fell most brightly, the air itself seemed to shimmer and dance. Threads of light wove intricate patterns, and within those patterns, barely visible, were creatures unlike anything Rose had ever imagined. The melody weavers were beings of pure song made somehow visible. They had forms that were constantly shifting, never quite solid, composed of musical notes that had taken on color and substance. One moment they might resemble birds with wings made of flowing melodies. The next, they would seem more like dancing lights or ribbons of sound given shape. Their colors shifted with the music they created, flowing from deep blues to vibrant golds to soft silvers, each hue corresponding to a different tone or harmony. As Rose and Poppy watched, frozen in wonder and a touch of fear, the melody weavers became aware of their presence. The music changed, becoming more complex, more questioning. The creatures moved closer, circling the 2 young hobbits with curiosity rather than menace, their forms rippling with what might have been excitement or perhaps merely interest. One of the melody weavers, slightly larger than the others, and shimmering with a particularly rich golden hue, separated from the group and approached Rose directly. It hovered before her, at eye level, and though it had no face in the conventional sense, Rose had the distinct impression that it was studying her intently. When it spoke, its voice was like a chorus of instruments playing in perfect harmony, beautiful and strange, and somehow comprehensible, despite having no actual words. The meaning came to Rose not through her ears but through her heart, a direct understanding that bypassed the need for language. The melody weaver was asking why she had come, what had brought her to this sacred place, where the old songs gathered and dwelt in safety. Rose found her voice, though it seemed small and plain compared to the magnificent sounds the melody weavers produced. "I have come seeking my grandmother's lullaby," she said, her words steady despite her nervousness. "It was taken from her 3 nights ago, transformed into light and carried away. She grieves for its loss, for it was given to her by her mother, and to her mother by her grandmother before her. It is a piece of our family's heart, and without it, something essential is missing." The melody weaver responded with a cascade of harmonies that Rose interpreted as both understanding and gentle rebuke. The creature explained in its wordless way that songs were never truly owned by anyone. They were living things that needed to be shared and preserved, protected from being forgotten or lost to time. When the lullaby had transformed in Mari's presence, it was because the song itself had recognized that its time with that particular keeper was ending, that it needed to move on before it faded from the world entirely. "But it hasn't faded," Rose protested. "You have it here, safe and sound. I can hear it woven into your music. Please, won't you return it to my grandmother? She will teach it to me, and I will teach it to my children, and it will continue on through our family as it always has." The golden melody weaver seemed to consider this, conferring with its companions in a symphony of sound too complex for Rose to fully comprehend. Finally, it responded with a proposition. The melody weavers would return the lullaby, but only if Rose could offer them something of equal value in exchange. As Fosco had predicted, they desired a new song, something original that had never been sung before, something that carried genuine emotion and truth. Rose had been preparing for this moment throughout her journey to the woody end. She had been composing in her mind, trying different melodies and phrases, searching for something worthy. But now, standing before these beings of pure music, her carefully planned composition seemed inadequate, too calculated, too self-conscious. Instead, she closed her eyes and thought of her grandmother. She remembered Mari's gentle hands braiding her hair, the warmth of sitting beside her on summer evenings, the sound of her laughter when Rose told silly jokes. She remembered the worry in Mary's eyes when the lullaby had vanished, the tears she had tried to hide, the sadness that had settled over her like a grey cloak. And from these memories, unbidden and unplanned, a melody began to form. Rose opened her mouth and let it flow out, not thinking about whether it was good enough or beautiful enough, but simply allowing the love she felt for her grandmother to shape itself into sound. The song spoke of the bond between generations, of wisdom passed down and gratitude flowing upward, of the precious moments shared between old and young, of the fear of loss and the hope of preservation. As she sang, something remarkable happened. The melody weavers began to harmonize with her, adding layers of complexity to her simple tune, weaving her heartfelt melody into something grander and more magnificent. Yet they did not overshadow her voice, but rather enhanced it, supporting and celebrating the raw emotion at its core. The forest itself seemed to respond, the wind through the leaves adding its own gentle accompaniment, the night birds falling silent to listen. Poppy watched with tears streaming down her face, moved beyond words by the beauty of what her friend was creating. The song seemed to fill the entire clearing, rising up through the ancient trees toward the stars above. And for a moment, the boundary between the mundane world and the realm of magic dissolved completely. When the last note faded into silence, Rose opened her eyes to find the golden melody weaver hovering directly before her. Its form was pulsing with colors she had no names for, shifting and shimmering with what she somehow knew was deep satisfaction. The creature reached out with a tendril of pure melody and touched Rose's forehead gently. Immediately, Rose felt something settle into her mind, a completeness she had not even realized was missing. Her grandmother's lullaby was there, whole and perfect, every word and note exactly as it had been, but somehow even richer now, as if the time spent with the melody weavers had added new depths to it. She knew instinctively that she would never forget it, that it was now part of her as surely as her own heartbeat. The golden melody weaver communicated one final message. Rose's new song would remain with them, treasured and preserved, woven into the great tapestry of music they maintained in the woody end. But more than that, the melody weavers granted her a gift. Any song Rose created from this moment forward would carry a touch of their magic, would be remembered by all who heard it, would never be lost to the fading of memory or the passage of time. She had proven herself a true singer, one who understood that music was not about technical perfection but about genuine feeling, and such singers were rare and precious. As the melody weavers began to fade back into the patterns of light and sound from which they had emerged, Rose and Poppy stood together in the moonlit clearing, both of them changed by what they had witnessed. The music of the woody end continued around them, but it seemed gentler now, more welcoming, as if the forest itself had accepted them as friends. The journey back to Bywater seemed shorter, the paths clearer, and when the two young hobbits emerged from the woods as dawn was breaking, they found themselves at the edge of the village, with no clear memory of having navigated the confusing trails. It was as if the forest had simply returned them home, a final kindness from the ancient powers that dwelt there. Rose went directly to her grandmother's hobbit hole, not even stopping at her own home first. She found Mari sitting in her garden, staring sadly at the flowers that bloomed there, and when the old hobbit looked up and saw her granddaughter's face, something in Rose's expression made her rise to her feet with sudden hope. "I've brought it back," Rose said simply, and then she began to sing. The lullaby flowed from her lips exactly as Mari remembered it, every nuance perfect, every word clear. But there was something more to it now, an added resonance that made it even more beautiful than before. As Rose sang, Mari's face transformed, years seeming to fall away as joy replaced sorrow. When the song ended, grandmother and granddaughter embraced, both crying and laughing at the same time. Mari wanted to know everything, of course, and Rose told her the whole tale, with Poppy adding details and confirmations. The old hobbit listened with wonder, shaking her head at the courage and determination her young granddaughter had shown. When Rose mentioned the gift the Melody Weavers had given her, Mari grew very serious. "That is a rare blessing, child," she said, holding Rose's hands in her own weathered ones. "Use it wisely. Create songs that bring joy and comfort, that preserve important truths, that celebrate the beauty in the world. Music is a powerful force, and now you carry a particular responsibility to wield that power with care." Rose promised that she would, and she kept that promise throughout her long life. She became known as one of the finest singers in the Shire, and the songs she composed were indeed remembered by all who heard them, passed down through generations without alteration or loss. The lullaby itself was taught to Rose's own children when they came along, and to their children after them, continuing the chain of inheritance that had been so nearly broken. And whenever it was sung in the Gamgee family, there was a special warmth to it, a magic that went beyond mere melody and words, a connection to something ancient and wonderful that had touched their lives in the woody end. Years later, when Rose was an old hobbit herself with grandchildren of her own, she would sometimes take the young ones on walks to the edge of the old forest. She never ventured back into the woody end itself, for some experiences are meant to happen only once, and she knew that the Melody Weavers had given her all that she needed on that moonlit night long ago. But she would stand at the forest's edge and listen with her grandchildren to the music that drifted out on certain evenings when the wind was right. "Can you hear them, Gran?" the children would ask, eyes wide with wonder. "Can you hear the Melody Weavers singing?" And Rose would smile and say, "Yes, little ones, I can hear them. They are preserving all the old songs, keeping them safe for the world." And perhaps, if you are very lucky and very true of heart, you might one day add your own song to their collection. The tale of Rose and the Lost Lullaby became a beloved story throughout the Westfarthing, told especially to young hobbits who showed talent for music or who grieved over something precious that had been lost. It taught them that some things worth having require courage to pursue, that magic still exists in the quiet corners of the world for those brave enough to seek it, and that the most powerful songs are those that come from genuine feeling rather than mere technical skill. But as the evening grows late and the fire burns low, there is one more tale that must be told before we rest. This is a story that reminds us that the Shire itself is precious, that the peaceful life hobbits enjoy is something to be cherished and protected. It is called The Tale of the Last Guardian, and it speaks to why the Shire has remained safe and prosperous through the long ages, even when darkness threatened the wider world. Long ago, in the early days after hobbits first settled in the Shire, when the land had been granted to them by the king in Fornost, there were still dangers that crept occasionally across the borders. Wolves from the north, strange wandering creatures from the east, and sometimes darker things that had no names but brought fear wherever they went. The hobbits, being a peaceful folk with no love of battle or violence, found themselves ill-equipped to deal with such threats. In those uncertain times, there arose among the hobbits one who was different from the others. His name was Marcho, one of the two brothers who had led the hobbits across the Brandywine River into the lands that would become the Shire. Unlike his brother Blanco, who settled down to a comfortable life of farming and family, Marcho felt a calling to protect the borders of their new homeland. Marcho was not a warrior in the traditional sense, for hobbits do not breed warriors as men or elves do, but he was clever and observant, quick of foot and sound of judgment. He began to walk the boundaries of the Shire, learning every path and stream, every hill and hollow, every place where danger might enter. He taught himself to read the signs of the wild, to know when wolves were near by the behavior of birds, to sense when something unnatural had passed through by the way the grass bent or the trees whispered. As the years passed, others joined him in this work, hobbits who felt the same calling to protect their peaceful homeland. They became known as the Bounders, though in those early days they had no official title or recognition. They were simply hobbits who walked the borders and kept watch, who turned back threats before they could enter the Shire proper, who ensured that their fellow hobbits could sleep soundly in their beds without fear. Marcho grew old in this service, his hair turning from brown to grey to white, his back bending slightly from the long miles he had walked. But even in his old age, he continued his vigilant patrols, refusing to rest while he still had strength to walk and eyes to see. His dedication inspired others, and the tradition of the Bounders became firmly established, passed down from one generation to the next. On his final patrol, when Marcho was so old that most hobbits his age were content to sit by their fires and remember the days of their youth, he encountered something he had never seen before. At the northern border of the Shire, where the land grew wild and the North Downs rose like ancient sentinels, he found a creature of shadow and malice attempting to cross into Hobbit lands. The creature was unlike the wolves and foxes he had turned back over the years. It was a thing of darkness given form, a remnant of older evils that still lingered in the forgotten places of Middle-earth. It hungered for the peace and light of the Shire, wanting to corrupt and devour the simple goodness that dwelt there. Marcho, though old and weary, did not hesitate. He had no sword or spear, for such weapons were not the Hobbit way. Instead, he planted himself in the creature's path, and spoke with a voice that carried all the authority of one who had spent his entire life in service to his people. He spoke of the Shire's right to peace, of the king's grant that had made these lands a haven for hobbits, of the countless small lives that depended on the borders remaining secure. As he spoke, something remarkable happened. The very land seemed to respond to his words. The grass grew up around his feet, twining together to form a barrier. The trees bent their branches down, creating a living wall. The streams that fed into the Shire from the north changed their courses, running between Marcho and the creature of shadow. It was as if the Shire itself had awakened to protect its guardian. The creature of darkness recoiled from this display of natural magic, for evil things cannot abide the power of the earth when it is roused in defense of those who love and care for it. With a shriek that echoed across the North Downs, it fled back into the wilderness, never to return. Marcho collapsed after the creature had gone, his strength finally spent. Other bounders found him there at the border, a peaceful smile on his face despite his exhaustion. They carried him home to his hobbit hole, and he passed away quietly 3 days later, surrounded by family and friends who had gathered to honor the one who had protected them all. But the story does not end with Marcho's death, for the magic that had manifested at the border did not fade. From that day forward, the Shire was protected by more than just the vigilance of the bounders. The land itself seemed to discourage evil things from entering, to turn them aside with subtle influences they could not quite understand or overcome. The borders became secure in a way that went beyond mere physical defense. This is why, even in later years when dangers grew in the wider world, the Shire remained largely untouched and safe. This is why hobbits could live their peaceful lives, raising their families and tending their gardens, with little knowledge of or concern for the darkness that sometimes threatened beyond their borders. Marcho's final act had created a protection that endured through the ages, a gift to all the hobbits who would come after him. The bounders continued their patrols, of course, for vigilance is never wasted, and one should not rely entirely on old magic. But they walked their borders with the confidence of those who know that the land itself is on their side, that the Shire watches over those who watch over it. And on quiet evenings, when the wind blows from the north, some say you can still sense Marcho's presence walking the boundaries, a guardian even in death, ensuring that his beloved homeland remains safe. This tale is told less frequently than the others, for it touches on matters that hobbits prefer not to dwell upon, the existence of evil and the need for protection against it. Yet it is an important story nonetheless, for it reminds hobbits that their peaceful existence is not merely luck or accident, but something that has been earned through the dedication of those who came before them. It teaches gratitude for the safety they enjoy, and respect for those who have served to maintain it. And it provides comfort in knowing that the Shire itself, the very land they love, watches over them in return for the love and care they give to it. The bounders of later generations would sometimes make pilgrimages to the northern border where Marcho made his final stand. There, they said, the grass grew greener and the air felt cleaner, charged with an invisible presence that brought peace to troubled hearts. Young bounders taking up their duties for the first time would be brought to this place and told Marcho's story, so they might understand that their work was part of a tradition stretching back to the very founding of the Shire, and that they walked in the footsteps of one who had given everything for the safety of his people. In this way, the memory of Marcho and his dedication lived on, not just as a tale told by firesides, but as a living reality that shaped the way hobbits understood their relationship with the land they inhabited. They learned that stewardship and protection go hand in hand, that to truly care for a place means being willing to defend it, and that such defense need not always take the form of violence but can manifest in vigilance, wisdom, and an unbreakable commitment to preserving what is good and precious. And so we come to the end of our evening's tales, dear listener. We have journeyed together through stories of clever young hobbits and kind families, of magical encounters and hard-won wisdom, of songs preserved and borders protected. These tales, passed down through countless generations of Shire folk, speak to the values that hobbits hold most dear: kindness and generosity, cleverness and courage, the importance of family and tradition, and the deep connection between people and the land they call home. Each story carries within it lessons that remain relevant no matter how much time passes. Young Merry Brownlock learned that unkind laughter hurts others as surely as any weapon, and that empathy is born from experiencing the pain we inflict on others. The Whitfoot family discovered that generosity, even when we have little to give, can return to us in abundance beyond imagining. Tolly Proudfoot showed us that wit and community action can overcome greed and injustice without resorting to violence. Rose Gamgee demonstrated that love and courage can retrieve what seems lost forever, and that true art comes from genuine feeling rather than calculated perfection. And Marcho the Guardian taught us that dedication to something larger than ourselves can create protections that endure long after we are gone. These stories are the heritage of the Shire, the collective wisdom of a people who value peace and simplicity above all else, who find magic in everyday kindness and courage in small acts of defiance against unkindness and greed. They remind us that hobbits, though they may seem simple or rustic to the great and powerful of Middle-earth, possess their own form of strength, their own kind of magic, rooted in the land they love and the communities they nurture. As you drift towards sleep tonight, dear listener, let these tales settle gently into your heart. Let them remind you of the simple truths that matter most: that kindness is never wasted, that courage comes in many forms, that protecting what we love is worth any effort, and that the bonds of family and community are the strongest magic of all. The fire has burned low now, reduced to glowing embers that pulse softly with warmth. Outside, the Shire rests peacefully under a blanket of stars, each hobbit whole a warm haven of light and comfort. In Needlehole, the Whitfoot gardens still grow green, regardless of season. In Whitfurrows, the mill wheel turns with the honest labour of fair exchange. In Bywater, children fall asleep to lullabies that will never be forgotten. And along the borders, the land itself keeps watch, honouring the memory of those who loved it enough to protect it. The old magic still lingers in the Shire, in the laughing stream that babbles merrily over its stones, in the woody end where melody weavers preserve the songs of ages, in the very soil that responds to the touch of those who tend it with love and care. It is a gentle magic, a quiet magic, the kind that prefers to work through small kindnesses and everyday miracles rather than grand displays of power. It is magic that asks not for conquest or domination, but for stewardship and respect, for love given freely and returned in abundance. This is the way of the Shire, the path that hobbits have walked for generations beyond counting. They do not seek glory or fame, do not yearn for adventures in distant lands or treasures from dragon hordes. They ask only for peace, for good food and warm hearths, for the company of friends and family, for gardens that grow and seasons that turn in their appointed times. And in this simple wanting, they have found something precious that all the kingdoms of men and elves might envy: contentment. So let us leave the Shire to its rest now. Let the stories we have shared tonight fade into the gentle rhythms of sleep. The tales will still be there in the morning, waiting to be told again. For good stories never truly end. They simply pause, resting like seeds in winter soil, ready to bloom again when the time is right, and there are ears willing to listen. May your dreams be peaceful, filled with green hills and golden afternoons, with the sound of water over stones and wind through leaves, with the warmth of hearthfire and the comfort of home. May you wake refreshed and renewed, carrying with you the gentle wisdom of the Shire, that in kindness lies strength, in simplicity lies peace, and in the small moments of everyday life lies magic enough for anyone who knows where to look. The candles gutter and go out one by one, leaving only starlight and the soft glow of embers. The night deepens, quiet and peaceful, and across the Shire, hobbits sleep soundly in their beds, dreaming of tomorrow's simple pleasures and holding close the stories that make them who they are. And somewhere in the darkness, perhaps old Fosco Baggins closes another ancient book and banks his fire for the night, while Rose Gamgee's descendants sing softly to their children while the Whitfoot Gardens grow silently in their blessed soil, while the borders stand secure under watch, both mortal and magical, the Shire endures, as it has always endured, protected by the land's own love for those who love it in return, by the vigilance of those who walk its borders, by the kindness passed from generation to generation like precious heirlooms, and by the stories that remind each new generation of hobbits who they are and what they value most. Sleep well, dear listener. Let the tales of the Shire carry you gently into dreams, and perhaps, when you wake, you will carry a bit of that hobbit wisdom with you, a reminder that magic exists not in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the everyday choices we make to be kind, to be brave, to protect what we love, and to cherish the simple joys that make life worth living. The stories are ended for tonight, but they are never truly finished. They live on in every act of kindness, in every moment of courage, in every song sung and every border walked, in every garden tended and every hearth kept warm. They live on in you, dear listener, and in all who hear them and carry their lessons forward into the world. Rest now. The Shire sleeps, and so should you. Tomorrow will bring its own small adventures, its own opportunities for kindness and courage. But tonight, there is only peace, only rest, only the gentle comfort of stories well told, and a world still touched by magic for those who believe. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the green hills and golden sunlight of the Shire, where peace endures and kindness reigns, now and always.